And the fourth suspect will make his first appearance in the Polokwane Magistrates Court today, while Kutumela rather, and her sister Anna Shokane and her daughter Flora Shokane will be tried in the High Court in Polokwane in October next year. Residents say the arrest of the fourth suspect came as a shock.
About what happened, I'm still shocked. I don't know what's going on because I know these people are good people. Even in the community, they are good. And to hear such things, such bad news, such bad things, I'm surprised. I don't know what to say.
I'm frightened because I know my neighbor as a good person who lives well with us. He helps us with different things. Today I'm shocked. I love my neighbor.
And finally, officials in Sudan say at least 40 people have been killed in a drone strike that targeted a funeral that was taking place outside the army-held city of El Obeid in North Kordofan state. They have blamed the paramilitary rapid support forces for the attack. The RSF has not yet commented. Many reportedly died before getting to hospital in El Obeid. Fighting has intensified in Kordofan and around 20,000 people fled to El Obeid last week after the RSF captured Bara town. Recapping the top story, the SAWA President Cyril Ramaphosa has vowed to ensure that the issues of global inequality among the nations of the world is on the top of the agenda of the G20 presidency meeting taking place towards the end of this month in Johannesburg. For SFM News, I'm Jolani Tulo Mwepe.
And I'm Zai Khan. It's a good morning to you. In your sports headlines, Pakistan edged the Proteas by just a few runs in a Faisalabad thriller. And we also have soccer action. Mduduzi Shabalala starred as Kaizer Chiefs climb to the joint top of the Premiership table. Details just before 6:30.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Very good morning. We're off to a busy start on Joburg's N3, going north a crash at Van Buren. Traffic coming up from Cement Factory out of Germiston. On your way to Galuli's, already quite slow with some noticeable build-up into that scene. KZN, couple of issues. One is a truck fire incident between Howick and Pietermaritzburg. Happened early hours this morning. The truck fire is out, but the fire department remain on the scene, closing the left lane, Pietermaritzburg bound. And a big truck crash north of Matuba, only about 10 k's north of Matuba. A fatal crash likely to have an impact this morning on traffic flow locally. And into Cape Town, it's a busy one on the N2. Traffic queuing heavily in towards the Jan Smuts Drive exit. If you're on your way to Cape Town passing the airport, I'm about Robert Sabukwe. You're going to queue down to that Jan Smuts off-ramp. With your traffic update, I'm Rob Byrne.
The Morning Brief with Thulasizwe Simelane. Weekdays, Monday to Friday, 6 to 9 a.m. The Morning Brief with Thulasizwe Simelane. Weekdays, Monday to Friday, 6 to 9 a.m.
It's just gone 8 minutes after 6. Today is Wednesday, the 5th of November, 2025. Live and direct from Auckland Park here in Johannesburg. We are SAFM. We are on 104 to 107 on the traditional radio airwaves. But as always, we are live on all our digital platforms. That is SAFM Radio on our YouTube channel. And we are also live on Facebook and X. And there, our handle is at SAFM Radio. And as always, also live on safm.co.za, by the way. Good morning and welcome to it, the Wednesday edition of the Morning Brief. I'm Thulasizwe Simelane. Among some of what we will tell you over the next 3 hours will be this. The ANC's handling of allegations of impropriety against its leaders comes under the harsh spotlight of leading political commentator and former Premier of Gauteng and former COSATU General Secretary Mbazi Mashilowa. In a Take No Prisoners opinion piece in News 24, Shilowa argues that it's not too late for sidelined Police Minister Senzo Mchunu to fall on his sword by resigning, or for the President to show him the door, and indeed for the ANC to instruct him to resign from Parliament. He links Mchunu's failure to resign in the wake of explosive allegations of criminal cartel collusion at the very least, or perhaps infiltration, to an ANC culture in which scandal-engulfed leaders cling to power and are protected for factional interests, only for the folly of that protection to be realized much, much later, when actually it is too late for the party and its fortunes at the polls. He cites as examples Jacob Zuma and the whole Nkandla debacle, as well as the relationship with the Guptas, but also cites current president of the ANC and the country, Cyril Ramaphosa, and that Phala saga. So Mbaze Mashilowa will be my guest at the top of 7 a.m., unpacking his views on that particular score. A firm legal rebuke for Operation Dudula and its protest tactics of blocking foreign nationals from accessing public healthcare facilities. In a landmark ruling with major implications, the Gauteng Division of the High Court has interdicted Operation Dudula from harassing, intimidating, or blocking foreign nationals from accessing healthcare, schools, or trading spaces after finding that the group's actions violated basic human rights. Judge Lester Adams reminding the country that being undocumented does not strip anyone of their dignity or safety. The ruling comes after months of Dudula pickets at hospitals and clinics where members demanded IDs from patients and turned away some people. In terms of the ruling, Dudula is barred from demanding IDs at hospitals and clinics, and the ruling makes the point that only SAPS and immigration officials can check documentation, and only when they have a lawful, reasonable suspicion, not vigilantism. No more blocking access to healthcare, schools, homes, or trading stalls. Dudula is interdicted from interfering with access to healthcare services and from evicting people from homes or trading spots. So we'll be speaking to Mpho Makubela. He's from the Kupanang Africa Against Xenophobia, and they were part of the people that brought the case against Operation Dudula. That conversation coming up at about 10 to 7 this morning. And lastly, more yo testimony coming from the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry. General Dumisani Khumalo delivers jaw-dropping testimony that suggests that the country's Deputy National Police Commissioner for Crime Detection has as his bodyguard a man named Stuart James Sharnick, who has a rap sheet as long as my arm, a criminal history spanning nearly a decade, with most offences said to have been committed in KwaZulu-Natal. Sharnick, who appeared alongside Sibiya before Parliament's ad hoc committee in October, is also the registered owner of the white Toyota Hilux that is often driven by Sibiya. According to Khumalo, police records show that Sharnick, get this, has been linked to 34 cases, convicted in 18, with 11 withdrawn and 5 resulting in acquittal. So the commission adjourned for the day and will continue hearing Khumalo's testimony today, and Kenny Mapanga will come through and give us an update as well as just give us a sense of what to expect today. As far as the team goes, we are at full strength as always this morning. Jolani Tulongwepe is at the news desk. Rob Byrne is watching your traffic. Zaikan watching all things sport, and Melissa Puta with the morning brief in the next few minutes. Dauleng Lechela with insights into the economy, business and market updates. And of course, Sipho Mantula coming through at about 20 to 7 with the Africa update. Weigh in on these and other issues that may be exercising your mind this morning. And to do that and to engage with us, do call me on 086 000 2032. Send me a WhatsApp voice note or even a WhatsApp message, and I'll read those and play your voice notes out throughout the show. And the number for that, 0614 104 107. Let's get into it then. The Wednesday edition of the Morning Brief starts now.
Time. When you're a kid, it moves slower than a sloth trying to get through airport security. There is just so much of it. Skip forward a few years to your 20s. Time is still your friend. It says have some balance. Go party and have fun. Then your 30s hit. And time suddenly steps on the accelerator like it's trying to catch a traffic light before it goes red. 40s. Now time is moving faster than your 10-year-old on a sugar high. 50. You're desperately trying to save as much as you can, but time is moving so fast. And all you can think is, where did all the time go? That's why after 50 years of investing, we've learned that time is the greatest gift of all. And the good news is, if you invest early, time gives you money. And then money gives you more time. for some much-deserved you time. Now, isn't that a compelling enough reason to invest? Ellen Gray, long-term investing. Ellen Gray is an authorized FSP.
This is Lungi on any other regular day.
This economy makes me post once a day. Who does that? Like, ew.
Now this is Lungi getting extra with the 20 gig summer deal for just 99 Rand.
I have so many gigs. I could even have a gig, guys. I'm going live every single day to me because guess
Extra your summer. Get 20 gigs plus 2 months free YouTube Premium and 100 Vodabucks. Exclusively on the Vodafone app. T's and C's apply. Further together. Vodacom.
So you just switched to a different nappy brand. And you're still getting highly absorbent nappies that are skin specialist approved and maximum comfort for your baby. Of course you are, because you made a clever switch to Click's Made for Baby nappies with Click's trusted quality and great value. When you switch, it just clicks. Switch and save only at Clicks.
Thulasizwe Simelane on the Morning Brief. Weekdays, Monday to Friday, 6 to 9 a.m.
All right, let's kick it off with Melissa Puta with the morning brief in brief. Melissa, good morning. Let's start with it's the big talking point. It's got all people and especially social media buzzing. The attempted murder of Brown Mokhotsi.
Good morning, Thulasizwe. Police are investigating an attempted murder after businessman Brown Mokhotsi was shot at with about 11 bullets Monday night, though no one was injured. Mokhotsi has not reported the incident or given a statement despite its appointment. The shooting followed police on his business. Authorities will also investigate the attack may have been witness and reportedly to a police and other aspects that pulled in order to help the police with this investigation. This was
Yeah.
over the couple of days.
Yeah, let's see how it unfolds indeed. A lot of intrigue around that particular assassination attempt or attempted hit on Brown Mokhotsi. The IEC is all in for electronic voting, but not just yet, not for the next electoral cycle, which is local government elections.
Yes, so the IEC confirmed electronic voting will not be used in the November 2026 to January 2027 municipal elections. A hybrid with paper ballots rather and digital plus voter education before e-voting is considered by Parliament. Clarifying voter roll, rejection, and registering with ward boundaries due in December. The Commission urged all eligible South Africans to register and vote to shape the local government election. So that is with regards to that. And we will have to see what other changes are implemented between now and next year.
Yeah, and there was this stabbing incident at Paulsmoor Prison. We're now getting confirmation that it was gang-related.
Yes, the National Correctional Service Commissioner confirmed the last week's deadly attack at Paulsmoor was gang-related. Two officials were injured, two officials were injured, and three inmates identified as high-ranking members of a prison number gang killed. Then an officer while on scene, leading to violent assault involving two other inmates. Part of what the injured officer so is ongoing.
All right, let's leave it there. That's Melissa Puta with the morning brief in brief for you this morning.
The Morning Brief with Thulasizwe Simelane.
20 minutes after 6. On the weather front, here's how it's looking. I've got two warnings for you. One is a yellow level 2 warning. It says severe thunderstorms resulting in heavy downpours, damaging winds and hail, leading to localized damage to infrastructure. informal settlements, property, vehicles, livelihood, and livestock, localized flooding of susceptible roads, low-lying areas and bridges, minor vehicle accidents, localized injuries due to flying debris. All of that is expected over the Highveld of Mpumalanga and the central parts of Limpopo, as well as the northwestern parts of KwaZulu-Natal. A yellow level 1 warning, it is for damaging winds, leading to difficulty in navigation at sea and small vessels at risk of taking in water and capsizing in locality. That is expected between Cape Columbine and Cape Agalas from the evening until the Friday afternoon. The rest of your weather looks like this. Pretoria will be partly cloudy with isolated showers and thunder showers from the afternoon with a minimum of 14 and a maximum of 28. Johannesburg, partly cloudy with isolated showers and thunder showers from the afternoon, 14 to 26. Vereeniging, partly cloudy with isolated showers and thunder showers from the afternoon, 15 to 27. Bombela will be cloudy with scattered showers and thunder showers, 17 to 25. Polokwane, cloudy with scattered showers and thunder showers, 16 to 24. Mahikeng, partly cloudy with isolated showers and thunder showers, 15 to 31. Bloemfontein will be partly cloudy with isolated showers and thunder showers, 12 to 30. Kimberley, partly cloudy with isolated showers and thunder showers, 18 to 33. Uppington, partly cloudy with isolated showers and thunder showers, 22 to 37. Cape Town, fine to partly cloudy, 15 to 26. George, partly cloudy, becoming cloudy in the afternoon with evening light rain, 11 to 22. Gqeberha, fine becoming cloudy with isolated showers and rain, 15 to 22. East London will be fine, becoming cloudy with evening showers and rain, 16 to 22. Durban, partly cloudy to cloudy with isolated showers and rain, 19 to 23. Richards Bay will be partly cloudy with isolated showers and rain, 20 to 24. And Pietermaritzburg will have evening fog patches, otherwise partly cloudy to cloudy with isolated showers and thunder showers, 14 to 23.
EFC is live this Thursday. The legend Boyd Allen returns to mount a new campaign for the title that was once his.
This man has set the world on fire.
He faces a menacing warrior, Vince Bembe, who is eager to stamp his own passport to featherweight glory.
Bembe is on his way up.
EFC 129, live from the world's sports betting arena. Watch it on SABC Sport Channel on DTT Channel 4 from 7 p.m. Brought to you by SABC Sport.
This November, SAFM proudly presents the 3rd annual lecture.
And as the Freedom Charter says, no legitimate government could claim authority unless it is based on the will of the people. And I think sometimes people forget that.
SAFM invites you to our 3rd annual public lecture, delivered by Chancellor of the Nelson Mandela University, Dr. Geraldine Fraser-Moleketi. The theme of the lecture is confronting inequality, corruption and unemployment, rebuilding South Africa's social contract for inclusive and sustainable growth. The lecture will take place on the 27th of November 2025 at the Indaba Hotel, Spa and Conference Center in Four Ways, Johannesburg. Secure your seat by emailing us at rsvp@safm.co.za. SAFM, leading the conversations that move us. If you're active on social media and love SAFM, we hope you'll take a moment to like or follow our SAFM page on Facebook and Twitter. These are the best places to find all the guest information, conversations, and stories you love from your favorite presenters, along with regular updates from SABC News. And don't forget, you can send your questions to feedback@safm.co.za. SAFM, leading the conversation. The Morning Brief with Thulasizwe Simelane.
25 minutes after 6. We're just battling a little bit to connect with our guest for our worldview update, but I do want to just mention it in passing that we were meant to be talking about Zoran Mamdani being elected the 111th mayor of the city of New York, its youngest mayor at the age of 34. He's also the city's first Muslim mayor, but also a self-declared social democrat. Zohran Mamdani has been elected in New York, urging former New York Governor Andrew Cuomo, as well as the Republican candidate Curtis Sliwa. It was largely expected, really, because he was leading in the polls ahead of the elections. But that has been the outcome. We're just battling to get a hold of our guests this morning. We'll see if we can rearrange and then have the conversation at a later stage. But for now, I want to take some of your voice notes. Let me just reflect on this one, talking about Operation Dudula and the court case and the outcome from the High Court.
Morning, Thulasizwe Simelane from Devon. I want to comment on the High Court finding against Operation Dudula. My question is, why is it okay for the community policing forums to be able to stop people who are suspected of committing criminal activities and search them? Why is that okay and not okay for Operation Dudula to stop people who have come into the country illegally? Maybe they should just stop them and then call the police and say, we've caught a criminal, come and arrest them. Thank you.
Yeah, it may be that actually that last part is what you're talking about. But also, isn't it that and I'm not defending anyone because I get accused of a lot of things, things that really don't move the needle in my world. But anyway, I'm just making the point that isn't it that the community policing forums will be acting on reasonable suspicion, just like police officers. And this is what the judgment makes, that reasonable suspicion, as opposed to you go to a public health institution, you stand at the gate and you say, anyone coming in here, show me your ID for you to have access. Do you see the subtle nuance? And this is not to delegitimize anything. My goodness, I really, really, really don't want to fight about this. So let's not fight. I'm just giving you the other perspective that says the community policing forum and police officers, and the judgment makes the point that police officers and immigration officials acting on reasonable suspicion have the right to then say, show me your ID, and take it from there and investigate the legal status of the person, as opposed to using this as a form of protest that says we will block access to any and everyone who's a foreign national. I hope I'm making that clear without, because honestly. All right, let's go to Zaikan.
This is SAFM Sport with Zai Khan.
A very good morning to you. Let's start with cricket action. Pakistan snatching a thrilling 2-wicket win over the Proteas in Faisalabad, their first international game at the venue in 17 years, chasing 264. Mohammad Rizwan, Salman Ali Agha shared a match-winning 91-run stand to seal it with 2 balls to spare. Now for South Africa, Quinton de Kock and Luandre Pretorius struck half centuries, but the middle order collapsed, 9 wickets falling for just 116 runs. Soccer action, Kaizer Chiefs in sparkling form last night, hammering Orbit College 4-1 at FNB Stadium to go level with Mamelodi Sundowns at the top of the Betway Premiership. Mduduzi Shabalala stole the show with 2 goals and an assist, his best performance of the season, while Amakosi stretched their unbeaten run to 6 league games. They now trail Sundowns only on goal difference. Orbit College's dream came to a halt. They slipped to 12th on the log after missing out on a 3rd straight win. Other results, Polokwane City edged Amazulu 1-0 in Durban to climb into 5th place, and Chippa United remained bottom after a goalless draw with Magezi, giving new coach Vusimuzi Vilakazi his first point in charge. Turning to Europe, where Arsenal cruised past Slavia Prague 3-0 in the Champions League, with Michael Merino bagging a brace to send the Gunners top of their group. It's now 8 clean sheets in a row, club record dating back to 1903. Liverpool also keeping their European hopes alive, a 1-0 win over Real Madrid at Anfield thanks to Alexis McAllister's header, and Tottenham Hotspur made light work of Copenhagen, winning 4-0. On to rugby, Springbok hooker Johan Grobbelaar says a place in the matchday 23 against France this weekend would be a defining milestone in his international career. With Bongi Mbonambi out and Jan-Hendrik Wessel suspended, Grobbelaar is set to get his biggest opportunity yet as the Boks gear up for a bruising battle in Paris.
Be a massive opportunity for me. Still hasn't gotten a lot of caps yet. So it'll probably one of my biggest games. Yeah, in Paris, my first time here in Paris. And being here with this squad of players of this quality helps obviously. So yeah, I think it's going to be a massive battle. I'm really looking forward.
And finally, in tennis, Coco Gauff bounced back at the WTA finals in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, beating Jasmine Paolini 6-3, 6-2 to keep her title defense alive. It was a big turnaround after her shaky start against Jessica Pegula. That's your sport. We'll serve it up. Top of the hour. I'm Zai Khan.
Good morning. Making headlines. Crime Intelligence Head General Dumisani Kumalo has revealed how suspended Deputy National Police Commissioner General Shadrack Sibia sometimes utilizes a car registered under a serial vehicle hijacker. President Cyril Ramaphosa has vowed to ensure that the issue of global inequality among nations of the world is on the top of the agenda of the G20 presidency meeting taking place towards the end of this month in Johannesburg. And finally, Zoran Mamdani has won New York City's mayoral election, ushering a new era of democratic politics in America's most populous and wealthiest city. I will have details on these and other stories at 7 o'clock.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
And very heavy coming into Joburg from the south this morning. The N1 up from Eldo's, all tight, all the way through Deepcliff down to Uncle Charlie's. The Mike 1 from Boyston through to Empire Road. And a crash, wrong place, wrong time as far as the motoring public are concerned. N3 north at Van Buren. You can just imagine the impact of traffic all the way back through to 4 Trekker Road on the N12 in Alberton. Back towards Rand Airport on the N3 coming up from Sprayview and Germiston. Staying in the sort of southeast, the N17 queuing up through Rondebolt Road into the roadworks on your way through to Joburg, just a single lane to work through there. A reminder of the truck fire incident just south of Hilton, just south of Howick on your way to Hilton, so Pietermaritzburg bound, just by the Sodara exit. The fire is out, but there is quite a mess to be cleared up through there. And Cape Town, very heavy pressure on the Govan and Becky Muway junction in Khayelitsha. If you're trying to get along Govan and Becky or to and from the N2 highway, it's all quite heavily backed up. Will take a while to get through that mess. And a breakdown on the N2 inbound before Rappenberg Road, near that lane drop anyway. So traffic coming through from the airport, N2 route quite heavy. Rob Byrne, SAFM Traffic.
The business update on SAFM.
All right, let's connect with Ndauling Lechela. Good morning to you, Ndauling. Let's start with computing giant. Are they still a computing giant or are they into other things now, technology related? IBM. Tell me about them announcing job cuts.
Well, although they are still a computer giant, they've just diversified as well into cloud services as well. So the group plans to cut a small percentage of its global workforce this quarter as it streamlines operations and deepens its use of AI. Spokesperson told CNBC the job cuts would affect a low single-digit percentage of staff, though overall U.S. employment is expected remain flat year over year. The tech giant employed about 270,000 people at the end of 2024, meaning a 1% reduction would translate roughly 2,700 jobs being lost. The decision follows similar moves from other tech giants, Amazon and Meta, which have also announced job cuts while investing heavily in AI to improve efficiency and profitability. Under CEO Arvind Krishna, IBM has shifted focus to cloud software and AI-driven services. Company posted stronger than expected earnings last month, with software revenue rising 10%. Earlier this year, IBM revealed that AI tools had taken over about 200 human resources roles, allowing the firm to expand hiring in sales and software development. Latest round of cuts reflect IBM's broader transformation strategy.
And I see that trouble is brewing for Chinese e-commerce platforms in France over these allegations of child sexual abuse material.
That's right, Tulas. French prosecutors have launched an investigation into online e-commerce players Shein, Temu, AliExpress, and Wish for allegedly hosting or sharing child pornography-related content on their platforms. Probe follows reports from a consumer watchdog that found childlike sex dolls listed for sale. Now, the announcement comes just a day before Shein has said open its first permanent store in Paris's B8B department store amid mounting political pressure. French Finance Minister Roland Lescure has warned that Shein could face a nationwide ban on such products and not move. Shein's spokesperson, in fact, said the company would operate authorities, including providing details of both vendors and buyers involved. Team spokesperson told Reuters allegations against concerned minors active to certain listings, not child pornography, while AliExpress and Wish have yet to comment.
All right, lastly, then, Dowling, recap for us how we closed yesterday and the tone that is being set in the markets this morning.
So another day in the red with US stocks losing steam. This has warnings from big investment banks of a possible correction equities in the next 1 to 2 years weighed on sentiment. That downbeat filtering through local markets, with the all share losing 1.6% in yesterday's session. The Rand or rather, the Rand at a 3-week low this morning, cutting declines in precious metals. We have seen another pullback in gold price. In other commodity news, oil also on the back foot, prices at $64.40 per barrel. Lastly, in Asia, tech stocks are under pressure and that weighing on the overall mood. And so stocks there in negative territory this morning.
All right, Ndauling, thank you for that. That's Ndauling Lechala there with an update, the first update. And she will, of course, come back just after 7:30 with another update for you.
Need to fly between Joburg and the Eastern Cape? Fly Safair is now flying from Lanseria Airport to PE 7 times a week and Lanseria to East London 6 times a week. Tickets start from as low as 770 Rand. So whether it's for work or play, flying between the City of Gold and the Eastern Cape has never been easier or more affordable. Book now at flysafair.co.za. Fly Safair, for the love of flying. T's and C's apply.
Tani Esther, or should I say the Tupperware Tani? How's business going?
Business is booming. I've been operating out of the boot of my car for 10 years, but shame, it couldn't keep up with my growing empire.
Okay, so you sold it to We Buy Cars?
Yes, quick. Sold my old one, bought a bigger one. I even sold some of my Tupperware to the friendly guy who picked up my car.
Stick to what you know best, eh, Tani?
Excuse me?
Never mind. We Buy Cars. Geared for your business, geared for you.
The Expresso Morning Show has been nominated in 5 categories in the 3rd Annual National Film and Television Awards South Africa.
It all happens on Saturday, the 22nd of November 2025 at the South African State Theatre in Pretoria. And public voting is open from the 13th of October to the 20th of November at midday.
So visit nationalfilmacademy.com, register and vote for Expresso Morning Show in all 5 categories.
Then, of course, catch us weekdays 6 to 9 a.m. right here on S3.
For news on South African industry and mining, Creamer Media's Engineering News and Mining Weekly has you covered. Click through to Creamer Media's Engineering News each day for the latest on the people and companies shaping the energy transition and South African industry. Keep your finger on the critical minerals pulse by visiting Creamer Media's Mining Weekly. For deeper insight, subscribe to the Engineering News and Mining Weekly magazine, out on Fridays. Creamer Media, current, credible, comprehensive.
Africa Update on SAFM.
All right, for that, let's turn to Advocate Sipho Mantula. Raz, let's start in Tanzania. Tell me about the partial restoration of internet access in that country.
Refreshing morning, Tulas, and Jumbo Africa to the listeners. Indeed, Tulas, the government yesterday, partially as we have alluded, restores the internet access, but still warning citizens against image sharing. You will recall that Thulas for a sit-down shutdown. There was the internet shut down that did not allow people to share, but are now sharing. Thulas, the Human Rights Watch also saying that there are many people who have lost their lives. And if Samia Sulu on Monday during the inauguration admitted that there's loss of life, but what they have done to us yesterday, others are saying life is returning to normal slowly in the capital cities of Dar es Salaam, Dodoma. Shops are being opened and public transport resumes, but still, to us, like I said, the numbers of people who have lost their lives is spread by the government that those who will be sharing any images to us will be charged with prison. That says a lot. Why has been even long before the time of Samia Sulu, during the time of John Pombe Mahamagufuli, Benjamin Mkhitaryan. We need to be facing all these things.
And we haven't touched on the situation in North Kivu in the DRC in a while. Tell me what the AFC M23 alliance has been doing there with regard to setting up their own parallel governance structures.
Tula, that has angered Kinshasa actually, saying that this parallel system is a grave violation of national sovereignty and what we call a state exclusive judicial authority. M23, M23 went to induct 78 new magistrates after a selection process. Now, during the week in Goma, they inaugurated or been sworn in. And they are saying to us, what is the point when there is absence in the region, when there is no people cannot be deprived access to justice? And as AFC M23, they restored judiciary so that everyone with cases of conflict directed to their national judges. They call them national judges to that in Kivu. They are saying that they are looking also on the socio-economic challenges of the people of Goma, access to services, and they are saying justice is also one of those services that they are going to render to the people of North.
And in the wake of the atrocities reported out of Al Fashar in Sudan, the United States is saying something about that and trying to, get in on efforts to bring some kind of a truce there.
Plus, the Washington Senior Advisor for Arab and African Affairs, Massad Golo, said that the U.S. is committed to end the bloodshed. They are coming with a 12-month roadmap. Plus, when I look into it, they are saying the first 3 months is to have a humanitarian peace process. Then next 9 months also become a political process. This is nothing new to us under the sun and under the moon to us. U.S. clip, you'll recall, Saudi Arabia, Egypt, UAE, they are calling that bloc the Quad. They've been trying to resolve the Sudanese crisis. They are saying that we can both the Sudanese army and the paramilitary rapid support forces. Despite that, we know to us this atrocities that has happened so far of people being killed, brought by the UN. There are already global calls for this genocide that has happened, and the charges against RSF. At the same time, even the Sudanese army says, don't know the U.S. foreign policy pillars how it plays around juggling the mediation skills by coming under the base of the Quad. Say, where is the EU pillars? Where is the Arab League nations? Because that's very important. The AU must not lose sight on the crisis of the Sudanese.
Lastly, Sipho, your historical archive. Take me to the 5th of November, 1987. What happened with Omkov on this day?
Thulas, he was released actually from the Robben Island. As you will recall, that there was a call for release of all political prisoners as being behind the bars there. And now this was the release of the former ANC National Executive Committee member, the member of the Umkhonto we MP High Command, who was released after 23 years in prison. Thulas, you will recall that Omkava was that person who was in the media space. He was part of the editorial team, New Age, when he was sentenced to life imprisonment in 1994. In 1964, to last with people like Nelson Mandela, all black. The 1980, he received the medal for his dedication to the ANC. We know Thulas he passed away at the age of 91 on the 30th. 2001. And I think the former president just visited Rebecca and went to the grave. Reconnecting, relinking with his father Thulas, and that's how we remember 8 years ago when he was released from Robben Island. Understand that?
Sipho, thank you for that. That's Sipho Mantula with your Africa update for this morning.
Stay on top of all meaningful, top trending stories right here on SAFM. Leading the conversation.
All right, a fresh health scare is unfolding in Tshwane, where officials have confirmed a surge in typhoid fever cases in Hammanskraal and Bronkhorstspruit, areas already scarred by years of water quality failures. The city insists its treated drinking water remains safe, but admits it still doesn't know where the contamination is coming from. Most of those infected are children, and the National Institute for Communicable Diseases, NICD, is now tracing the source. It's a worrying development for Hammanskraal residents who battled a deadly cholera outbreak a couple of years ago and have gone years without reliable potable water. So let's speak to the acting executive mayor and MMC for finance in the city of Tshwane, Eugene Modise. Good morning to you and thank you for your time. So lots of work being done with various probes being conducted as to the source of the typhoid fever outbreak in these areas. What have you been able to gather as city officials?
Thank you very much, and greetings to your listeners. On we conducted investigation to what is exactly affecting but I safely say without a fear of harm, not contact our because the health professionals which are as part of the team, that water that was in the people, even the water can have but
So is it sheer coincidence that one of the areas is Hammanskraal, an area with a history of water, potable water problems, but the one that also saw a deadly cholera crisis a couple of years ago?
Yeah, I can't use the term coincidence reasoning. I would say it's unfortunate because in Hammanskraal there are streams which are not part of our network. People are using those routes as well. Remember when the people are become whatever there is, will they use it without even the component of the water.
Have you tested the waters from those streams that you say are not part of your network?
Yes, we did. That's where the contamination is. There is this is something that we are conducting. You know, we said I mean, but now coming because there was water treatment maintenance not so the sizable component of those in
So say a bit more about what the outbreak looks like at the moment in terms of cases confirmed and whether or not it is escalating or it's beginning to come under control.
Or no, wonderful news. Communicating that not that is and have flow without conduct of so that but what we are doing so that can yes, and what we more our there's a maintenance or ensure they are out ensure there's no so the in the process ensuring that contamination doesn't come to our
Did I hear correctly? You're saying that you've now confirmed that the source of um, the outbreak is in these streams that are not part of your network.
Yes, I can confirm that without a shadow of doubt.
And there's a point that you made about when people are desperate and don't have access to water. Do you accept that no matter how you slice it, it comes back to service delivery failures because people would not be desperate without access to water to the extent of turning to streams that may be contaminated in this way if you simply provided them with water?
Yes, I don't want to appear like I'm defending myself on the people.
Hmm.
You know what we normally do when there's a maintenance water treatment plant. We issue communication. We know the so that enough. But I'm the do the not around come, but things are unpredictable, like uh, the a reservoir. You cannot it will happen. In the process, you cannot leave just for water. There's
And because your area, and as a parting shot, your area involves being MMC of finance, talk to me about what you're doing about investigating and getting to the bottom of the expenditure, the extraordinary expenditure of some 777 million rand in water tankers. What have you done by way of trying to get to the bottom of that expenditure?
you know, it's a false information. There's no report. We keep on funding because there are people who are using this for nefarious reasons. The for and
640 million rand.
the 177 coming from the previous regime, meaning power. It was
Sure.
And the money that we paid. But in the process, we had big names and water, reservoir, and then once the settlement and the were finished. So it took longer than anticipated. In the process, for pay of this amount. But there's nothing reckless, there's nothing untoward. We are conducting financial prudence and we are accountable for
All right.
everything we use.
All right. Because of time, I have to leave it there. Thank you for that. Eugene Modise is Acting Executive Mayor and MMC for Finance in Tshwane.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good morning. Very heavy on that entry north today. It's this crashing that we've been detailing at Van Buren Road. It's the wrong place and the wrong time of morning for a crash, and the net result is very heavy traffic. N12 starts the queue from just after the Reading interchange. If you're coming through from sort of Oakdale into Albert and you want to get up to Galuli's, you'll hit that queue from Four-Tracker Road. If you're coming in from Phosphorus Sprayview, you're going to hit the queue around sort of Airport, Rand Airport interchange from there into Elands and all the way up to Van Buren. If you know your side roads, your alternative roads, be a good idea to get on those. Staying in the south, the N1, another dreadfully backed up morning into Deepcliff down to Uncle Charlie's, and the Mike 1, busy Wednesday morning conditions from Boyson's all the way around to Oxford Road in that Parktown area. Very slow going. The main road from Lone Hill down through Witkoppen, through the faulty lights down to Bryanston Drive is quite heavy as well. Pretoria side this morning, there are some delays if you're trying to get out through to Bronkhorstspruit. It could be roadworks. It may be something else just through that Cullinan exit, or just approaching the Cullinan exit, if you like, on your way out of Pretoria. That section of the N4 is heavy. And the Mopani Highway, under pressure, Theo Martin's right down to Eskia and Pathleli Drive. We did report a truck fire incident at Sadara, just south of Howick, on your way to Pietermaritzburg. All lanes are now open at that particular scene. The fire was overnight, so it's well and truly done with, but there were some lane restrictions. All lanes open now. The N2 North is heavy, coming in off the south coast. A collision scene before the Prospected exit. Traffic badly backed up 20 hills. So from Toti, Durban bound this morning, it's a heavy backlog through there. And Cape Town, the breakdown on the M2 inbound at Rappenberg Road has been cleared, but it's left a very busy N2 inbound from the airport through to Mowbray Main. The M3 queuing up from Constantia up Wynberg Hill all the way to Paradise Road. And there are some delays out of Kales River and Blackheath this morning along Stellenbosch Arterial. Very slow getting into that Noinsfontein junction. Also Sandy at Baden-Powell Drive, Monwabisi. Go carefully through that section at the bottom of Khayelitsha. Rob Byrne, SAFM Traffic.
Need to fly between Joburg and the Eastern Cape? FlySafair is now flying from Lanseria Airport to PE 7 times a week and Lanseria to East London 6 times a week. Tickets start from as low as 770 Rand. So whether it's for work or play, flying between the City of Gold and the Eastern Cape has never been easier or more affordable. Book now at flysafair.co.za. FlySafair, for the love of fly. T's and C's apply.
Ish, at school I was falling behind. They thought I wasn't trying, bruh. Truth is, I couldn't see well, and I felt as small as the words on the board. And then, teacher came to sit with me and realized I needed glasses. Bruh, now everything's changed.
Take time to listen. With enough love and support, children don't just catch up, they thrive.
Visit holdmyhand.org.za.
Together, we can change their future.
Introducing South Africa's most affordable way to get hearing aids. At Specsavers Audiology, you can now get a pair of hearing aids from as little as 599 Rand per month. Hearing clearly shouldn't be a luxury. Enjoy life's moments from 599 Rand per month. Test your hearing today and join the conversation with Specsavers Audiology. T's and C's apply.
Call Thulasizwe now, 086 000 2032.
All right, we are scheduled to speak to Mpoma Kubela from Kupanang, Africa, against xenophobia just after the 7 o'clock news. It is to do with that judgment of the High Court in Gauteng interdicting Operation Dudula from harassing, intimidating, or blocking foreign nationals from accessing healthcare, schools, and trading spaces. A lot of you, of course, naturally wanting to respond to that development.
Good morning, Thulas and listeners. This is Nati from Cape Town. Thulas, with regards to Operation Dudula judging, yeah, you've been accused of so many things, but I just wanted to clarify something. Remember that when they seek for IDs, even foreigners in South Africa, they've got IDs, but the last digits are different than the locals. So when they say they need ID, it doesn't mean they say foreigners should not come in. They say whoever has an ID can come in. Thank you.
And therein lies a bit of the other nuance, by the way. Thank you for that comment. The health minister, Dr. Aaron Motsoaledi, shares the experience that from his experience when he was at Home Affairs, a significant amount of South Africans don't have documentation. If I'm not mistaken, and I'll gladly retract if I'm wrong, I think the figure he cites, and I'll look it up, I think he says about 11%. I could be wrong, but it's a significant figure that he says are undocumented. So what happens with those then when you are standing there and they say, and you say, show me your ID, and this person is genuinely a South African, and they say, I don't have. What happens? I think that's the point that he made in reaction to this judgment.
Good morning, Thulas and your team. This is Second Owen from Gamshabialingan. You know, Thulas, no one should be in the country illegally. However, Operation Dudula's actions in preventing foreign nationals from getting medical care were unlawful. Thank you.
Morning, Thulas. You know, I hear the ruling by the court that Dudula is prevented from barring people from using these facilities, especially what they are fighting for illegal ones. And officials, your police and your Home Affairs are supposed to do that. But my question is, if those officials, the police and the Home Affairs, they are not doing their work, they are taking bribes right, left, and center, what must happen then? What must happen? That's my question.
Yeah, no, valid question. What must happen? Addressing those issues, absolutely spot on. And I think that's where the solutions should start, right? Enforcement of the country's immigration laws, just proper enforcement. And that's why a lot of people who comment on this say while they understand the underlying grievance that Operation Tutula and other groups are raising, they then differ in terms of the tactics. I've heard a lot of that commentary, including from the Minister of Health, Minister Aaron Motsoaledi, who says some of their own grievances may be legitimate, but the manner in which they go about addressing those. So you are adding a layer that says when you have a situation where corruption and bribery then taints even the immigration system, how do you even address that? That is a vexing question. Let's grapple with it. Do call me. Continue to call through 086 000 2032. Your WhatsApp voice notes 0614 104 107. Jolani Tulongwepe is on standby with the latest news.
Outsurance is in the business of saving you money on your car insurance premium. If they can't, ask for 500 Rand. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754.
Top story this hour. Sibia linked to serial hijacker's vehicle and Mamdani wins New York City's mayoral election. Good morning. Crime Intelligence Head General Dumisani Khumalo has revealed how suspended Deputy National Police Commissioner General Shadrack Sibia sometimes utilizes a car registered under a serial vehicle hijacker. General Khumalo has testified before the Madlanga Commission that the Toyota Baki that is sometimes driven by Sibia is registered under Stuart James Sharnick. He says their investigations so far show that the convicted criminal has not served time for his criminal activity.
The list as reflected, there are lots of questions. If you commit so many theft and hijackings within the space of 2 years and you are found guilty, how many years and when are you serving your sentences? Because everything is like in a very short space of time. That is part of investigation that is still ongoing. That is the criminal profile of the owner of the buggy.
President Cyril Ramaphosa has vowed to ensure that the issue of global inequality among the nations of the world is on the top of the agenda of the G20 presidency meeting taking place towards the end of this month in Johannesburg. An extraordinary committee of independent experts led by the Nobel Prize-winning economist Professor Joseph Stiglitz handed over the report to Ramaphosa in Parliament at TNA's yesterday. Ramaphosa says the report provides very clear guidelines on how the G20 countries should address inequality in general and especially in South Africa.
Now, this report has been developed with the list, and it should be deemed as a blueprint for greater equality. It should also be seen as a report that should support South Africa's G20 presidency goal to put inequality on the international scale. It correctly asserts that inequality is a trade people see an impediment to inclusive growth and a threat to democracy itself.
A suspect linked to the drive-by mass shooting over the weekend in Reiger Park, east of Johannesburg, is expected to appear in the Boksburg Magistrates Court today. The 23-year-old was apprehended on Monday following an investigation by the anti-gang unit. 6 people were killed, including 3 women, and 3 others were left injured. Musa Mhlongo reports.
According to police reports, 2 suspects traveling in separate vehicles opened fire randomly before fleeing the scene. Reiger Park has a long history of gang-related activity, often driven by territorial disputes, the drug trade, and acts of retaliation. In the past, the area has witnessed clashes between rival gangs, including the Dogans and the Sour Boys. Police have not ruled out the possibility that the shooting is linked to gang violence. Musa Mhlongo, SABC News.
The case against alleged underworld crime boss Jerome Boyson will continue today with the cross-examination of a witness known as Mr. X when the matter resumes in the Western Cape High Court. The witness has detailed how an attempted assassination of alleged underworld gang boss Nafiz Modak and others was orchestrated. During his cross-examination, Mr. X told the court that he had a meeting with one of the accused in the matter, now deceased Mark Liffman and Andre Nordia, to discuss a hit list and the murders of Modak Boyson, Boyson's brother Colin, and others. This relates to the control of security at nightclubs around Cape Town. Boyson and 11 others face several charges, including the murder of the steroid smuggler Brian Weinstein in 2017. Zoran Mamdani has won New York City's mayoral election, ushering a new era of democratic politics in America's most populous and wealthiest city. 34-year-old Mamdani, who was born in Kampala, Uganda, and moved to the United States at the age of 7, will also become the first Muslim mayor of the Big Apple. Running as an outsider, he defeated independent candidate and former state governor Andrew Cuomo and Republican Curtis Silva. Sharon Bryce Pease has the story.
Hundreds of Mamdani's supporters gathered at his watch party in Brooklyn cheered as the news filtered through that he'd been projected to win, confirming polling that showed his victory would be overwhelming. The Queen's Assemblyman's campaign placed the affordability crisis in America's largest city at the center of his campaign, brushing off efforts that pointed to his lack of experience in government, and President Donald Trump labeling the Democratic Socialist a communist. Trump's endorsement of Cuomo, even over his own party candidate on the eve of the election, did little to blunt Mamdani's trajectory, who promised a progressive economic agenda that saw a coalition of voters rally to his side.
Recapping the top story this hour, Crime Intelligence Head General Dumisani Kumalo has revealed how suspended Deputy National Police Commissioner General Shanrek Sibia sometimes utilizes a car registered under a serial vehicle hijacker. For SAFM News, I'm Jolani Tulo-Wepe.
Outsurance will go out of their way to try and save you money on your car insurance. If they can't, ask for 500 Rand. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754. You could spend 10 minutes on social media or get a 10-minute quote from Outsurance that could save you thousands on your car insurance. For his 2024 GWMP series, 54-year-old Amos now pays only 1,004 Rand a month. And for his 2024 Toyota Urban Cruiser, 55-year-old Andre pays just 776 Rand a month. Ready to get more out of your car insurance? SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754. Outsurance, licensed insurer and FSP. TCs and information online.
It's a very good morning to you in your SFM Sports headlines. It's cricket action. Pakistan edging the Proteas in a thrilling ODI at Faisalabad to take the series lead. And in rugby, the Springbok, they pack braces for a brutal set-piece battle in Paris. Let's unpack all this and more just before 7:30.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good morning. We're still dealing with a major backlog into Galuli's. Joburg's N3 North under pressure this morning. A crash at Van Buren. The backlog is severe. It's all the way back almost to Reading interchange on the N12 and back to around the Rand Airport interchange on the N3. If you're coming out of Germiston and Alberton, it's a real heavy slow go up towards Van Buren. Mike 1 pretty heavy today from Boyson's all the way to Oxford Road in Parktown. The N1 from Eldo's up through Devlin through Deepcliff down to Uncle Charlie's is heavy. And if you get beyond Deepcliff, the N1 stays busy passing Soweto up as far as Moraesburg. Allendale Road out of Tembisa and Klerkov, very heavy backlogs out towards Midrand this morning. Big queues in towards that Carstenoff Clinic territory. Pretoria's Mopani Highway standing from Theo Martins all the way down to Eskia and Pathlali. Durban, big traffic off the south coast today. It's a crash by Prospecton. Traffic backlogging on Tweeny Hills. If you're coming from Toti, Durban bound, that's heavy. And then, of course, you're into the big backlogs from the M7 through Westwood Mall. The M7 heading from Queensborough down to Bel Air and Wakesley is quite slow as well today. Cape Town, N1 into town from the Plattekloof Hill area all the way to Kuburg interchange is busy. N2, the breakdown at Rampenberg Road's cleared, but it's left a backlog from Robert Sobukwe all the way through to Hospital Bend territory. Sand on Baden-Powell at Monwabisi, and then Baden-Powell queuing north at the N2 and queuing west at Strandfontein Road. With your traffic update, I'm Rob Byrne.
The Morning Brief with Thulasizwe Simelane. Weekdays, Monday to Friday, 6 to 9 a.m. The Morning Brief with Thulasizwe Simelane. Weekdays, Monday to Friday, 6 to 9 a.m.
9 minutes after 7. There's a lot that we want to cram into this half hour, so I'll get straight to it then. It's a landmark ruling with major implications. The Gauteng Division of the High Court interdicting Operation Dudula from harassing, intimidating, or blocking foreign nationals from accessing healthcare, schools, or trading spaces. This after it found that the group's actions violated basic human rights. In a firm tone, Judge Lester Adams reminding the country that being undocumented does not strip anyone of their dignity or safety. Of course, it comes after months of Dudula pickets at hospitals and clinics where members demanded IDs from patients and turned some people away. Let's speak to Mpoma Kubela from Kupanang Africa Against Xenophobia. Good morning to you and thank you for your time. My understanding is that you were part of the litigation. You must be feeling vindicated by it.
Thank you very much for having me. Well, yes, we do welcome I think it's a very important judgment and it's time.
So what about Operation Dudula's tactics? Was it about their tactics or the grievance about illegal migration as a whole that led to you, that spurred you into action in this kind of way?
I mean, what led us to this case is the actions of Operation Dudula. The manner of their actions, how they approached everything else, and how their anger is also misdirected at vulnerable people. And also, if you check, he violated more than 5 sections of the Constitution, including the 12, the 16, 10, which says everyone has the right to dignity. So it was a concern for us to say this will escalate something that wouldn't be able to heal from as a nation. We decided to take this case and say that it's our duty to also protect the most vulnerable.
What will you say to the argument that says you are not insisting on the enforcement of the law as a whole? What about the law that has to do with enforcing the country's immigration laws? You hear that argument quite a lot that says you are protecting foreign nationals, undocumented foreign nationals who've committed an offense by being in the country illegally in the first place.
I mean, that's the narrative that was pushed by Operation Dudula, March and March, and other political parties. But what we stand by is that the rule of law is the rule of law. If you are saying someone is, you don't have to act illegally yourself to correct whatever illegally you are concerned about. We have the courts, we have policing that mandated within the Constitution take on whatever concerns that communities have. So what we've seen here is that what concerns Operation Dudula, we went on to do the complete opposite, which is to break the rule of law. It's to act as immigration officer, to act, and beyond that is to mimic the actions that we saw during apartheid, where it was targeting, where during apartheid, I mean, the target was mainly at poor black people, where Operation Dudula, when we see their actions, is that who they target is very strategic. They target poor, like non-nationals. They go from people who are street vendors, people who are in informal trade, people who can essentially fight for themselves. We have never seen them go to Sandton, go to these affluent places. We've never seen them in areas where other races are, right? So this was targeted at black Africans, which for us was also concerned to say that it's the form of apartheid, it's a form of what we've seen in the past, and we've moved from that.
Are there concerns about uncontrolled illegal migration valid in your view? And also there are concerns about the strain on facilities, public facilities like healthcare and schools and the likes?
Yeah, no, the concerns are there. And it, it, it's content that also cannot be ignored. But also, who does that fall into? It falls into the policing of South Africa. It falls into immigration officers to enforce those who implement those laws. Let me tell you something that is also a great concern is that the Department of Home Affairs, asylum system, the refugee and asylum system, for months, right, has been telling people that. So what has happened is that people who are supposed to renew permits, who were supposed to um, permits, were sent away at the refugee reception office. We told that the system has a backlog. They were told it's not working. Most of them, they've experienced corruption, they've experienced bribery, extortion inside of those. At the gate, they want you to pay the inside so that you can interview for a permit. So it also goes to the to contribution of undocumented people in South Africa. And also, very same place they're supposed to get documented is chasing them away. The very same place supposed to be documenting them is exporting them. There is corruption inside there. So we get to wonder to say, my permit was, let's say I was here a while ago and have a permit that is valid. All my things are in order. While I'm going to go and renew, they basically want money, they want bribes and stuff, and they're blocking me from the gate. I can't get documented. Therefore, I'll be targeted by vigilante groups such as Operation Dudula, which they don't understand also is a complexity behind being undocumented.
Mpo,
And we just ignoring.
I've got to move on, but I have to ask you this. Are you, as Kopanang Africa Against Xenophobia, an organization largely composed of undocumented foreign nationals? Is it an organization of foreign nationals? Because I can anticipate that you might hear those questions being asked.
No, it's a combination of Africans, not undocumented.
Okay, so yeah, say a bit more. South Africans part of
No,
it?
I'm trying to say it's a combination of very diverse.
Yeah.
We have all races, very diverse culturally and race-wise.
Okay.
I'm a South African and I'm a part of CAP. I've been doing this work for a really long time.
All right. Let's leave it there for this morning. That's Mpho Makubela, a member of Kopanang Africa Against Xenophobia.
Access to the internet is vital for any country to grow. That's why the recent 6.75 billion rand digital infrastructure deal that Standard Bank Corporate and Investment Banking facilitated between Telkom and an Actors-led consortium is so transformational for South Africa. It unlocks growth and provides internet access to underserved communities who will now have access to the internet for the very first time. Search CIB Stories of Impact to watch the full story.
Standard Bank is an authorized FSP and registered credit provider. T's and C's apply.
Need to fly between Joburg and the Eastern Cape? FlySafair is now flying from Lanseria Airport to PE 7 times a week and Lanseria to East London 6 times a week. Tickets start from as low as 770 Rand. So whether it's for work or play, flying between the City of Gold and the Eastern Cape has never been easier or more affordable. Book now at flysafair.co.za. FlySafair, for the love of flying. T's and C's apply.
SAFM invites you to our third annual public lecture to be delivered by the Chancellor of the Nelson Mandela University, Dr. Geraldine Fraser-Moleketi. The lecture will take place on the 27th of November 2025 at the Indaba Hotel, Spa and Conference Center in Fourways in Johannesburg, under the theme Confronting Inequality, Corruption and Unemployment, Rebuilding South Africa's Social Contract for Inclusive and Sustainable Growth. Secure your seat by emailing us at rsvp@safm.co.za.
Thulasizwe Simelane on SAFM.
19 minutes after. Mpo. Mpo. What's going on, brother? The former Gauteng Premier Mbazi Mashilowa says the fate of sidelined Police Minister Senzo Mchunu has become the latest example of the country's leaders refusing to step aside in the face of serious allegations. In a strongly worded opinion piece, Shilowa argues that Mchunu should have resigned or been fired after explosive testimony by KwaZulu-Natal Police Commissioner Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi accused him of acting at the behest of criminal syndicates. Shilowa warning that President Cyril Ramaphosa's decision to appoint a commission instead of taking decisive action has opened a Pandora's box, his words, mirroring past ANC delays with figures like former President Jacob Zuma. Let's hear more from Mbazi Mashilowa, who joins me now. Good morning to you and thank you for your time. You start off your piece with a juxtaposition of what happens in advanced democracies when a leader is accused of wrongdoing. Say a bit more about how our practices, specifically ANC practices in this regard, differ from those democracies.
Good morning, Thulasizwe, and good morning to your listeners. Yes, in a number of democracies, when there's just a whiff of a scandal, most leaders step down. Obviously, there are some who don't step down, but they are immediately shown the door or their political parties punished. In our situation, and it's not just the ANC, but we speak with the ANC this time because we're talking mostly at the national level, that they tend to let the wound fester instead of placing the boil right at the beginning. And I thought, notwithstanding what had happened in previous periods, where other people had clinged or stayed in position with no action taken upon, once Nhlanhla Nene had shown the way by resigning, even though he had really done nothing out of the ordinary. I mean, everybody else had met with the government. Some had even made their bidding, but he had not made any bidding. Yet he resigned. And now, when you come to President Ramaphosa, he too had felt, look, I think let me just go after that panel by Chief Justice Sandile Ngcobo. But when it comes to Mchunu, both Mchunu thinks, no, I'm going to stick around. The president also says, rather, I'll make up a commission, which there's nothing wrong with. But my view is that he should have said, look, comrade, time is up. Go and clear your name. The same way that the had Jacob Zuma, who had not yet been convicted, found guilty, but he said, look, what has come out of the Shabrise case means you must go. President Ramaphosa should have done the same. He didn't do so, neither the ANC.
So, how would we, in that kind of modus operandi, guard against, instability wrought on by resignations and dismissals of key leaders, for instance, in government, based on mere allegations? How would you strike the balance between resigning based on mere allegations that could later prove not to be true versus that kind of accountability that you are talking about, that recognizes the seriousness and damage and says, I will fall on my sword?
I think in this instance, for instance, if the president had called in Mkhwanazi and say, look, lay all the cards there on the table for me, he would have called Mchunu, say, tell me the truth. He could also have asked his intelligence chief, who would have said to him, look, we're not saying he's guilty, but it is clear that he has been fraternizing with some of the bad guys. Then he would have said, you step aside, you clear the name. If it's clear, we will see what to do. The same thing happened with Willem Kiesler, by the way. He stepped aside, even though it was a little bit later, and then he'll clear his president accepted that. He did not put him on gardening leave and then have another minister then. He would have been able to do that. At the same time, I'm arguing, does not mean it could not have gone forward. He would have said to Mfana, okay, this is what you say. We need to ask the NPA or somebody else put together a prosecution-led team, which will follow up in each and every accusation that has been made, and then bring that to court and see whether it can. But the thing that says sometimes when there are changes for good reason, it brings instability. It would mean that the UK would be one of the most unstable democracies. If you look at how many premiers they've had, that's between Boris Johnson and before they lost the election.
Yeah. And then you make the point that it's not too late for Senzo Mchunu to resign, or for the ANC to put pressure on him to resign in parliament and put pressure on the president to fire him from the cabinet. Why do you make that point at this stage of the hearings in the Madlanga Commission and the ad hoc committee? Have you seen enough that says to you there's just no coming back for him?
Well, I've seen enough to say that he's got a case to answer politically. But remember, I think we tend to also fall into, what the ANC want us to do, which is to say, no, these people is just mere allegation and so on. The ANC have always stood on revolutionary morality, ethical conduct, ethical leadership. And I'm saying they should act just based on that, not based on the fact that he is guilty. He may well not be guilty. But I think a police minister fraternizing with the bad guys is reason enough to relieve him of his duty.
And lastly, make the point about the cost politically of dilly-dallying when these allegations are made. You make the point that the ANC in particular has had enough water that has passed under that bridge such that they should have learned certain lessons, and it doesn't seem to you that they've learned those lessons.
No, I don't think they have learned. I mean, if you look at the 2016 local government election, those all came in the face of the issues around President Jacob Zuma. Later, the last election, I think 2022, there were also shenanigans that were being thrown out at the Zondo Commission. And of course, when the elections arrived in 2024, it's now a matter of public information that the ANC only got 40%. And I've got no doubt that if they don't learn from all of that and act, they will be punished in the next local government election and possibly in the other one. And to an extent that they think it's time to regroup also means time to lace the ball.
All right. Let's leave it there for this morning. Thank you for your time and your insights. Mbazi Mashilowa is former Premier of Gauteng and former General Secretary of COSATU. Do yourself a favor. Read that opinion piece that he has penned. It's on News 24, and he lays out the arguments quite extensively there, more than we could do in this short period we had on air.
This is SAFM Sport with Zai Khan.
Good morning. Let's start things off with cricket. Pakistan edging South Africa in a nail-biting finish in Faisalabad to take a 1-0 lead in the ODI series. Set 264 to win, the hosts chased it down with just 2 balls to spare, powered by a 91-run stand between Mohammad Rizwan and Salman Ali Agha. Earlier, Quinton de Kock and Luandre Pretorius gave the Proteas a solid start with half centuries, but the middle order faltered, losing 9 wickets for 116 runs. The second ODI is on Friday in Rawalpindi, with South Africa needing to win to stay alive in the series. Let's turn to local soccer. Kaizer Chiefs hit top gear at the FNB Stadium, crushing Orbit College 4-1 to go joint top of the Betway Premiership alongside Mamelodi Sundowns. And we also have other action. This time it's Polokwane City edging AmaZulu 1-0 at the Princess Magogo Stadium to climb into 5th place on the log, while Usutu slipped to 6th after their 3rd defeat of the season. Meanwhile, Chippa United and Magesi played out to a goalless draw in East London. A busy night of UEFA Champions League action saw Arsenal, they powered to a 3-0 win away at Slavia Prague. Liverpool edged Real Madrid 1-0 at Anfield to keep their campaign alive, while Tottenham swept aside Copenhagen 4-0 despite a late red card. Elsewhere, it finished Atletico Madrid 3, Union Saint-Gilloise 1, Napoli 0, Eintracht Frankfurt 0. Olympiacos and PSV have 1 goal apiece. Juventus and Sporting also with the same scoreline 1-1. Paris Saint-Germain beat Bayern Munich 2-1. It was a fiery clash that also saw red cards for both sides, while Monaco edged Bodo Glimt 1-0 away. And finally, rugby, it's the Springbok assistant coach Felix Jones saying the 2023 Rugby World Cup is firmly in the past as they prepare to face France in Paris on Saturday night.
We always enjoy our time here. So yeah, it's from that point of view, positive memories. 2023 was all positive for many other reasons, but that is in the past, and we're focused on trying to give ourselves our best chance this weekend.
And that's your sport. Let's tackle more sport. Top of the hour. I'm Zai Khan.
And I'm Jalani Tulongwepe, making headlines. Deputy Police Minister Dr. Poli Bushielo says Acting Minister Firoz Kachalia assigned her responsibilities a week after his appointment. Bushielo appeared before Parliament's ad hoc committee investigating allegations of criminal infiltration, corruption and political interference in the criminal justice system. Crime Intelligence Head General Dumisani Kumalo has revealed how suspended Deputy National Police Commissioner General Shadrack Sibia sometimes utilizes a car registered under a serial vehicle hijacker. And finally, Gauteng Acting Police Commissioner Fred Gegana has assured Gauteng citizens and guests who will be attending the G20 Leaders Summit that their safety will be prioritized. Gegana says they are working with other law enforcement agencies to ensure that no criminality will be tolerated during the summit. I will have details on these and other stories at 8 o'clock.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Morning, Joburg Gen 3 is very heavy. We've been detailing this crash at Van Buren Road. Traffic out of Alberton backs on the N12 to Reading. Interchange on the N3 it backs to Rand Airport. Out of Germiston, out of Alberton, heavy on your way up through the N3 towards Galulis this morning. N17 queuing both ways, either Boksburg, Joburg bound or Brakpan, Springs bound, single lane sections. Very heavier than normal both ways there. And the bike one from Boysons all the way through to Melrose this morning. N1 from Soweto up to Ridderport, Maresburg. That's pretty jam-packed as well. Durban, 2 queues to work through coming off the south coast. One a crash at Prospector. That's heavy. And then you've got the roadworks at Westwood Mall, queues from the M7. The M7 from Queensborough down to Bel Air and Wakesy. I think that's roadworks. That's really heavy for bluff-bound traffic. Cape Town, the N7 north from Goodwood to Bosmansdam's heavy. Southbound Plattercliff Road down through towards the N1's quite bad. And out of Tableview, your 3 big routes. Malabongwe to the N7, Bloberg to Kuberg Road, and the West Coast Road Marine Drive to Sunset Beach, all jam-packed. With your traffic update, I'm Rob Byrne.
The business update on SAFM.
Live for us from Morocco. Are you still in Casablanca?
Yes, I am in the
Yeah.
economic hub of Morocco.
All right, Ndawleng Lechela, give us an update. Let's start with Optasia making a debut at the JSE.
The Jersey fintech company finally listing on the local bourse began trading yesterday, ending its first session at 19 Rand 38 cents and valuing the company at nearly 24 billion rands. IPO priced at 19 Rand a share, marks one of the JSE's biggest tech-related listings in 8 years and a welcome reversal after a SPAC delisting. A quick reminder of what Asia does is it deals with AI-driven technology to deliver micro lending and airtime credit services through mobile operators and banks, reaching more than 860 million subscribers across emerging markets. Now, First Rand's 20.1% investment in Optasia and Standard Bank's role as joint global coordinator highlight confidence in the business and in South Africa's capital markets. JSE CEO Leila Fourie realistic reaffirms the exchange's role as a trusted platform for Africa's next generation of high growth companies.
Why is Bank of America a bit optimistic about the potential of an S&P upgrade for this country? And now we're talking an upgrade in terms of the credit rating. Yeah.
So Bank of America seems to be really positive when it comes to how things are going in this, whether it's on the growth front and whether it's on the equities side. Says we could be in line for a credit rating upgrade by S&P Global Ratings later this month, citing further growth prospects, improving fiscal discipline, and a more stable political environment under the GNU. S&P last affirmed SA's BB minus rating with a stable outlook in May, noting fiscal and growth challenges, but leaving room for an upgrade if reforms advanced and debt ratios stabilize. Now, Bank of America expects to continue to hold steady through the year, enabling reforms that could lift sovereign rating BB. The Outlook update comes as CNU leaders concluded a two-day retreat declaring the coalition united and strong and more cohesive in driving fiscal and governance priorities. So let's note here a moment. Downside risks include potential CNU instability, weak public finances, and structural constraints in logistics. A rating uplift would mark SA's first upward shift since a decade-long down.
Lastly, how are the markets looking at this hour?
Kicking things off in Asia, stocks in the red. Markets, they're really being weighed down by tech counters, with AI stocks in the red today. Then over stateside, futures in negative territory. Traders, they digest chip maker AMD's numbers while awaiting private sector employment numbers. Coming back home, they see ending yesterday's session in the red with the auto losing 1.6%. This was fueled by a decline in resources 10 complex, which was down over 4% yesterday. That also filtering through the downbeat news, that is filtering through the rand, which is sitting at a 3-week low, just above 17.50 to the greenback. And then lastly, in oil prices, the Brent is trading on the back foot this morning, trading around $64.40 per barrel.
You want to know why I was asking whether you're still in Casablanca?
Let me know what.
I expected you to be showcasing and saying, "Oh, now I'm in Marrakesh. Now I'm in Fez. Now I'm in this other place." You are now that tourist whose money is the money is finished, and I know you are surviving on the breakfast that is supplied
at the hotel.
At the hotel. So we pack, we can go begging. Okay, I've done enough damage to you. We'll talk again in the third hour. And Dowling Lechala there with your business update.
You could spend 10 minutes trying to fix the office printer or get a 10-minute quote from Outsurance that could save you thousands on your car insurance. For her 2025 Hyundai Exter, 65-year-old Helena now pays only 398 Rand a month. And for her 2024 Haval H6 4x4, 50-year-old Priya pays just 1,178 Rand a month. Ready to get more out of your car insurance? SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754. Outsurance, licensed insurer and FSP. TCs and information online.
Are you looking for the best spectacle and sunglass deal? With Specsavers buy one, get one offer, you get great value for money. Get a free pair of branded single vision prescription sunglasses up to 3,300 Rand when you purchase a comprehensive eye examination and spectacle frames with lenses on your first pair. The best part? Choose from top brands like Police, Hugo, Under Armour, Tommy Hilfiger, Red Bull Specs, and more. Affordable eye care? Specsavers. T's and C's apply.
Thulasizwe Simelane on SAFM.
All right, let's turn to the story now. The crime intelligence boss, Dumisani Kumalo, has disclosed that Stuart James Sharnick, the bodyguard of suspended Deputy National Police Commissioner Shadrack Sibiya has an extensive criminal record, including multiple convictions. Testifying before the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry, Khumalo revealed that Sibiya's bodyguard, James, has a criminal history spanning nearly a decade, with most of those offenses having been committed in KwaZulu-Natal. Let's go to Kenny Mapanga, SABC reporter who's been tracking the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry. The reason I skipped through much of what was in the introduction, Kenny, is because I want you to tell it, because I want to hear it directly from you. It's incredulous, is it not, that the Deputy National Police Commissioner could be mentioned in the same sentence as a man with the alleged criminal record that the crime intelligence boss alleges that this Shanik person has.
Indeed. Good morning to you, Tulas, and to the listeners. I think to speak to the heart of the crux of the allegation that is put forth from the vantage point of that there is an alleged quotation within the criminal justice system from the point of view of SAP. He's trying to illustrate the extent to which the alleged rot takes place. So what we're seeing is that in the beginning, he goes from the Thulasizwe Simelane operation takedown of the 6th of April. And what he's trying to illustrate to the commission, that all of that activity you saw taking place from Thulasizwe Simelane, that is the whole spending and the property and the amount of people that had an interest in that particular arrest, not only from internally SAP, but outside of the SAP network, point to a picture that these alleged criminal cartels enjoy a huge benefit within South African police services, and that extends to high-ranking SAP officials, and he named Lieutenant General Shadrack Sibiya as one of them. So we relate that incident, links it to the events that took place, say, for less than 10 days before. That is a sergeant of the crime detection unit. So that would be a person who is under the command of now suspended Deputy National Commissioner for Crime Detection, that is Lieutenant General Shadrack Sibiya. We see 2014 footage at the home of Deputy Crime. Remember, Khumalo has already illustrated that it is known by all within the SAP officials, because of their methodology, that we were going to pounce on that property in the next coming days. They just didn't know when, but they knew that an operation was cooking within the counterintelligence with the support of the TKTC. So we see this individual in HD on CCTV getting to the home in an official SAP vehicle. That same BMW that you see in the CCTV footage is seen in the home of Lieutenant General Shadrack Sibiya during the October 2025 raid that's live on most of your news outlets. So we see that same vehicle when it's driven by Sergeant Dosi, who is under his command. He leaves out of the vehicle with nothing with him. However, he only spends a few minutes with a white paper bag that is not see-through, so we don't know what the contents of the bag is. But he's looked out by Thulasizwe Simelane within minutes with that bag, and he's heading back to the car. Of course, we know what the insinuation is there to us about the extent to the relationship between the criminal cartels and, of course, the high-ranking SAP officials. He's trying to give meaning to why you saw the activities that you saw at the home of Thulasizwe Simelane on the 6th of September.
But let me take you back to this Stuart James Shanik. This is someone that South Africans later would see at the ad hoc committee, sitting just a row or two behind Lieutenant General Shadrack Sibiya. Tell me about what General Khumalo is saying about the rap sheet of this man.
So you see this individual that is always seemingly in close proximity to Lieutenant General Shadrack Sibiya, keeping in mind that this is a high-ranking official is responsible for crime detection and, by extension, fighting crime and detention. However, you now have a very close individual with him who has a rap sheet that paints him as an alleged serial hijacker. And he's seeing the kind of statistics that were put forth by Khumalo about this individual. You then see him illustrate the vehicle that Sibiya is seen driving, that is a Hilux. That is the name of the vehicle. And then once they search the registration of that particular vehicle, it traces back to this Stuart James that Khumalo is talking about. So the critical question that he is raising is, what is the nature of the relationship of high-ranking staff official with this individual that they have flagged clearly an undesirable candidate to be mixing with high-ranking staff officials. This, of course, keeps the theme of relationship activity to the nation's intelligence.
All right, let's leave it there for this morning. Thank you for that update. That's Kenny Mapanga, SABC News reporter watching the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry. Look out for more of her reporting throughout the day.
The Morning Brief with Thulasizwe Simelane.
So, a call from Amnesty International for government to prioritize informal settlement upgrades, ensure access to basic services, and integrate disaster risk reduction into urban planning. It comes after Amnesty International South Africa's 2025 report entitled Flooded and Forgotten: Informal Settlements and the Right to Housing in South Africa exposed how millions of people living in informal settlements remain vulnerable to flooding and government neglect. Let's speak to Malavika Vatak, Amnesty International's researcher, also advisor on economic, social, and cultural rights. Good morning to you, and thank you for your time. So this is work that you did on the field in Johannesburg, eThekwini, and Cape Town. Tell me what it exposed about the plight of people living in informal settlement as it relates to the vulnerabilities to disaster and flooding.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Tulas, and thank you for having me on this show. Amnesty International, along with our colleagues in Amnesty International South Africa in Johannesburg, visited various informal settlements in eThekwini, in Cape Town, and in Johannesburg. And what was very clear to us, and there's a lot of literature around work by other organizations as well, that people who are living in informal settlements are basically people who have no other choice, who are left out by the formal system because there is no access to adequate housing that's truly affordable. Now, in this context, what happens is that they don't have access to basic services, many of them, such as water, sanitation, refuse collection. All this contributes to sort of the flooding that happens, and therefore we've seen in the major floods that happened in Eastern Cape as well as the 2022 floods in KwaZulu-Natal, people living in informal settlements and other underserved areas were among the worst affected. What we also saw is, in addition to these massive floods, people living in these underserved areas also face regular or seasonal flooding. So every time it rains, there is flooding, the water enters their homes, destroys their belongings, people have to miss input because they can't go to work. Children often have to miss school, and like we've highlighted in our report, flooded and forgotten, older people and people with disabilities also cannot sort of access communal toilets or ablution blocks because of flooding. This causes immense hardship and to people living in informal settlements and other areas. There is a very urgent need for some quick and ambitious action on behalf of the South African government.
How do we have that mix of factors when we actually do have robust legislation and I suppose regulations around how we deal with disasters in this country? What's the gap between the legislation regulations on the one hand and the lived realities of people in the informal settlements you interacted with on the other hand?
Yes, thank you. That's a very, very good question because, on the one hand, you see that South Africa has lots of laws, policies, strategies, frameworks to address all these issues. There's the Disaster Management Act, there are the disaster management centers, there is a lot of that in place. And then what we see on the ground is completely different. So what we found was a huge gap between the law and policy on the one hand and implementation of these on the other, which was quite concerning for us. And then when we looked into sort of reports of the Auditor General of South Africa, the Presidential Climate Commission, we found largely that municipalities, which are on the front line of all these issues, whether it's basic services, housing, climate change adaptation, disaster risk reduction, are largely underpowered and overwhelmed. And so as a result, there is a big gap in what exists on paper and what's happening on the ground. But we also feel very strongly that we can't just put all the blame on municipalities like they are not delivering. There is a very clear role for the provincial and national governments to also step in and support local governments in fulfilling their duties. And we see like right now, with South Africa hosting the G20 summit very shortly and the prioritization of disaster risk reduction, we have a unique opportunity to shine the spotlight on underserved areas, make sure that our local government is robust, and highlight the direct impact of disaster.
Yeah. In fact, say a bit more about that, the recommendations and the call to action that you are making for South African authorities. At the heart of it, the way I understand it, is the upgrading of informal settlements as well as preparedness around climate change and disaster preparedness.
Yes, thank you, Thulas. Yes, I mean, one of the ways, upgrading of informal settlements has been on sort of South Africa's agenda for a very long time. But unfortunately, there have been a lot of sort of stalling of this, delays, broken promises, threats of evictions that have come into way, as we've seen in the case of Silver Park in Johannesburg, but also in Johannesburg. What we're really calling for is for the government, all these tiers of government, to focus their efforts on upgrading of informal settlements, as this will not only fulfill the right to housing, but also protect people from the vagaries of climate change and sort of build in disaster risk reduction measures. I also want to take this opportunity to highlight that upgrading of informal settlements, unfortunately, has often been seen as providing a few services here, a few toilet blocks there. But that's not what it means. Upgrading of informal settlements actually involves the utilization of land where the informal settlements are, so that these can be upgraded where they are rather than the location, which we understand is very disruptive. Putting in place all the infrastructure for water, sanitation, electricity, street lighting. It also then includes having paved roads, drainage, stormwater drains, which are sorely lacking in informal settlements today, which often lead to the flooding that we're talking about. And then also ensuring improvement to housing so that it meets criteria of adequacy of housing. That housing is safe and dignified. And then, of course, having playgrounds, having community centers. So it's a very holistic approach to and it's not.
All right, let's leave it there for this morning. Thank you for your time. Malavika Vatak, Amnesty International's researcher, advisor on economic, social, and cultural rights.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good morning. Our top story on the traffic desk has been Joburg's N3 North and the run-up into Giluli's interchange. A crash much earlier this morning at Van Buren Road on that busy route. High volumes this time in the morning, and the traffic a bit of a disaster. It's all the way back through to Rand Airport on the N3 North and back to Reading interchange on the N12 eastbound. If you're coming out through Albert and Germiston, you want to get to the airport, you need to avoid the run-up to Giluli's. It's really heavy. Crash coming through Benoni into Boksburg before Atlas Road. That's on the N12 westbound. And the N7 both Joburg bound and Brakpan bound, very heavy between Rondebolt Road and the R23 Heidelberg Road exit. There's roadworks there. It's a lot worse than normal this morning. Mike 1, Boyson through to Santon is jammed all the way through. Crash on the M1 South at Ravonia, backlogging traffic from Buccleuch interchange. Pretoria, still no light. Solomon, Mishlangu and Delphi, so leaving that part of Pretoria East, it's quite heavy this morning. Into Durban we go with this earlier crash on the N2 North at Amanzimtoti, at Prospecton, but still causing a delay from Amanzimtoti. If you're leaving the south coast this morning, N2 up to Prospecton is very heavy. And then, of course, you get that secondary backlog from the M7 up towards Westwood Mall, complicating matters on that section. A broken down truck just around Spaghetti Junction as well. Cape Town, very heavy at Khayelitsha, Govan and Becky and Muway, Old Fora Road, just north of the N2 through Mfuleni's Badge. Spine Road off the N2 into Khayelitsha is heavy. And Baden Powell between the N2 and Jafta K Masamola. Some real backlogging traffic going on that side as well. With your traffic update, I'm Rob Byrne.
Ready to connect, innovate, and be inspired? It's all happening at Africa's Tech Festival, where Africa's technology meets the world. From the 10th to the 13th of November in Cape Town, Join global leaders, investors, and innovators driving the future of Africa's digital economy. Don't miss the continent's biggest week in tech. Get your pass now at africatechfestival.com.
The Morning Brief with Thulasizwe Simelane.
All right, let's return to the capital in Tshwane. We covered a bit of news from Tshwane, and in fact, we've done quite a bit of that. A couple of days ago, we told you about a new report in the municipality that says employees, Tshwane municipal employees, owe the municipality something in the region of 28.8 million rand, about 29 million rand or thereabouts, in terms of services and just their accounts being in arrears. Part of that are municipal councillors. And now we're hearing from the Lotus, Atteridgeville, Salisville Civic Association issuing a strong warning to the city of Tshwane, threatening to mobilize residents to boycott payment of municipal accounts if the city fails to act against councillors and employees who owe large sums on their own municipal bills. Let's speak to Tsepo Mahlangu, leader of the Lotus, Atteridgeville, Salisville Civic Association, LASCA. Good morning to you and thank you for your time. So this report came out a short while ago and it talked about a breakdown of municipal staff, close to 9,000 owing a total of 28.88 million rand, but also among that, councillors in areas growing from 121 to 131 councillors who owe a combined 1.7 million rand. You are now calling for action in response to that. What kind of action?
Good morning, Thulas and the home. Thulas, the residents of Tshwane have given us a mandate a month ago in Bolekwa to have the foresight of going to happen. The residents don't matter anymore. Because the problem that we are having, the very same employees are the ones who are encouraging and threatening and intimidating the ratepayers to pay on time, otherwise they will disconnect them. Now we have been disconnected by the delinquents, the councillors whom we voted into power. So it means we are vindicated now. That City of Tshwane is declared a crime scene, and we are going to push back to Thulasizwe. We are now consulting with all 7 regions in action, appropriate action that we are going to take against the city, because we are going to write an email on Monday to the executive mayor, NACO officials, demanding a meeting within 7 days to demand an answer as to what is going to be happening to these councillors and employees. Failure to do so, the residents will give us a fresh mandate. Unfortunately, you cannot say we are going to boycott the rent now. That is a mandate from the residents that we are going to get. But we are getting a pressure now to say, why are we paying if people who are telling us to pay are not paying? Means we are subsidizing their own bills. And they are actually robbing the citizens, not the life to the city. It's an insult for the residents for them to pay due to high cost of living. They cannot pay for municipal accounts.
In fact,
they intimidate us.
In fact, you preempt my question, because I was going to ask if you have any sympathy there to the argument that says, as far as the municipal employees are concerned, part of the reason is that rising cost of living, but also coupled with the failure by the city to implement salary increases of 3.5% from 2021-2022, 5.4% from 2023 and 2024. Do you have sympathy at least to that argument?
It goes both ways. I'm not going to vouch or endorse anything that is necessary. What I'm saying is, we say, yes, they must pay them in accordance to bargaining council. But the problem is the very same people who are actually aggrieved by this municipal action. They don't have that NATO sympathy against. They are disconnecting us. Just to speak, the mayor and other MMCs embarking on senior team, on residents. They are using the very same employees who want our sympathy to have sympathy on them, but they don't have sympathy on them. So it doesn't like a balance. It doesn't fit well with them to have sympathy on people who are actually employed. Hence, child-headed, indigent, and unemployed. The vacancy rate is 6.1%. People are not employed. They know that for sure. But they don't have sympathy for the poor people. But we do have sympathy for the employees who are in pen working against us.
Yeah.
So we want to support them, but it's difficult because if they can stop this Paniatin immediately, invest everything that has been and scrap our bills, then we'll start talking.
What do you mean scrap your bills? What exactly are you calling for?
There is a report that for 5 months ago, 10 billion rand that was supposed to fill our estimated bills instead of 20. That has not been done yet.
A
By the
debt
very same
write-off.
employee. Yes, the debt write-off. It hasn't been done, Thulasizwe. It's very sad that we are waiting for those debts to be written off. We're waiting for those 148,000 indigents to approve for POPs. And nothing has been done for the residents. So let me close by saying, the mandate that we have, Thulasizwe, the residents are now saying, we are going to pay 100 rand per indigent, meaning child-headed, unemployed, native, and residents are going to contribute that until our matters are resolved. Any week, we might go to the last thing at all. Currently, we are offering the city 100 rand. That's what we can afford because we're unemployed. They can check all our records. They know that they are dealing with 600,000
All right.
greedy employees and greedy councillors who are encouraging people to make arrangements for else they are always. So it doesn't strike a balance.
All right.
We need to sit down with the mayor and the city to resolve this issue within a 7-day period, failing which they are going to take a decision.
All right. Tsepo Mahlangu, leader of the Lotus, Atteridgeville, Salisville Civic Association, LASCA. Let's go to Jolani Tulongwepe with the latest news.
Outsurance is in the business of saving you money on your car insurance premium. If they can't, ask for 500 Rand. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754.
Top stories: the Sawa Parliament's ad hoc committee expected to continue this morning, and Mamdani wins New York City's mayoral election. Good morning. Deputy Police Commissioner Dr. Puli Bushielo says Acting Minister Firoz Kachalia assigned her responsibilities a week after his appointment. Bushielo appeared before Parliament's ad hoc committee investigating allegations of criminal infiltration, corruption and political interference in the criminal justice system. KwaZulu-Natal Police Commissioner Ndlandla Mkhwanazi made the allegations. Bushielo says Police Minister Senzo Mchunu did not assign her duties for more than a year after his appointment. Bushielo explains her duties.
So after a week, he then called us, and then he allocated us responsibilities for now, and he said we'll go on. So for now, I've been allocated to deal with the GBVF and all the infrastructure and everything related to it. He also delegated to me to deal with the integrated crime and violence prevention strategy.
Crime Intelligence Head General Dumisani Kumalo has revealed how suspended Deputy National Police Commissioner General Shadrack Sibiya sometimes utilizes a car registered under a serial vehicle hijacker. General Kumalo has testified before the Madlanga Commission that the Toyota Bakkie that is sometimes driven by Sibiya is registered under Stuart James Sharnick. He says their investigations so far show that the convicted criminal has not served time for his criminal activity.
The list as reflected, there are lots of questions. If you commit so many theft and hijackings within the space of 2 years and you are found guilty, how many years and when are you serving your sentences? Because everything is like in a very short space of time. That is part of investigation that is still ongoing. That is the criminal profile of the owner of the Bakkie.
The double murder trial of a Limpopo pig farmer is this morning expected to continue in the High Court in Polokwane in Limpopo. Yesterday, the court conducted an inspection in loco at the pig farm at Onovart outside Polokwane. This after defense lawyer Advocate Jacobus Venter made an application to conduct an inspection in loco where the shooting and killing of 2 women happened in August last year. Former accused and now state witness Rudolph de Vet demonstrated where the women were shot and how the bodies were disposed in the pigsty. Abapani Munyai reports.
Piles of dairy plastic containers could be seen a few meters from the pigsty where the bodies of the two women were found. Former accused, now Section 204 witness DeVet, showed the court where the alleged shooting incident took place. DeVet also demonstrated how the bodies of the two women were positioned in the pigsty. Advocate Fenter will continue to cross-examine DeVet. Abapani Munyai, SABC News, Polokwane.
Gauteng Acting Police Commissioner Fred Kekana has assured Gauteng citizens and guests who will be attending the G20 Leaders Summit that their safety will be prioritized. Kekana says they are working with other law enforcement agencies to ensure that no criminality will be tolerated during the summit. He briefed the media on the state of readiness for the summit to be held in Johannesburg later this month.
In support of a crime-free South Africa, a crime-free province, and non-tolerance to criminality, we work very well together. All the structure. And there will always be future critics. And obviously, some of the criticism are genuine. We don't have to shrug them off. We listen, we follow up, we analyze. But the majority of our citizens are comfortable, and we will ensure they are happy and comfortable, including the visitors and all the inhabitants that will be in this province.
Zoran Mamdani has won New York City's mayor election, ushering in a new era of democratic politics in America's most populous and wealthiest city. 34-year-old Mamdani, who was born in Kampala, Uganda, and moved to the United States at the age of 7, will also become the first Muslim mayor of the Big Apple. Running as an outsider, he defeated independent candidate and former state governor Andrew Cuomo and Republican Curtis Silva. Sharon Bryce-Pease has the story.
Hundreds of Mamdani supporters gathered at his watch party in Brooklyn cheered as the news filtered through that he'd been projected to win, confirming polling that showed his victory would be overwhelming. The Queen's Assemblyman's campaign placed the affordability crisis in America's largest city at the center of his campaign, brushing off efforts that pointed to his lack of experience in government, and President Donald Trump labeling the Democratic Socialist a communist. Trump's endorsement of Cuomo, even over his own party candidate on the eve of the election, did little to blunt Mamdani's trajectory, who promised a progressive economic agenda that saw a coalition of voters rally to his side.
Recapping the top story, the Sawa Deputy Police Minister Dr. Poli Bushielo says Acting Minister Feroz Kachalia assigned her responsibilities a week after his appointment. Bushielo appeared before Parliament's ad hoc committee investigating allegations of criminal infiltration, corruption and political interference in the criminal justice system. For SAFM News, I'm Jolani Tulo-Wepe.
Outsurance will go out of their way to try and save you money on your car insurance. If they can't, ask for 500 Rand. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754.
With Outsurance, every day is Black Friday. Get a quote today and see, and if they can't beat your car insurance premium, ask them for 500 Rand cash. Make that 1,500 Rand cash if you've been claim-free and with the same insurer for 3 years. With Outsurance, you could get monthly premium savings or at least 500 Rand cash. You've got nothing to lose. Get a quote, SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754. Licensed insurer and FSP. T's, C's and information online.
It's a very good morning to you in your SFM sports headlines. The Springboks are gearing up for a bruising showdown against France in Paris this weekend. And in soccer action, Kaizer Chiefs hammered Orbit College at FNB Stadium to go joint top of the Betway Premiership. Details just before 8:30.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Morning, Joburg N3 North. It's just got a lot worse with 2 crash scenes now. We've had the one at Van Buren all morning. That's now been duplicated by a crash before that at Helderday. So the result is even heavier traffic coming out of Alberton and Germiston. N12 East queues from Reading. The N3 North queuing from Rand Airport. If you're coming from Germiston, Alberton or the south, you want to get up to the airport for flight connections, avoid the N3 into Galulis. It is seriously car parking. Crash on the Mike 1 North before Grayston. So no gaps really from Boyce Bisons all the way through to Stanton this morning. N1 North passing Soweto towards Maresburg stays heavily backed up. And the M1 out of Pretoria, slow down to Buerta Avenue. We're seeing that these days. Peak times coming out of Pretoria into Centurion stays slow. Durban crash on the N2 North at Prospecton. Traffic is starting to ease up through there. There's now been a crash before Spaghetti Junction. So the N2 North from the M7 stays heavy. And the M7 very heavy this morning from Queensborough on your way to the Bluff down towards Bel Air and Wakesley Junction. Cape Town, the N2 queuing up at Somerset West, fairly heavy both ways around the Victoria Street Junction. N7 North is bad. Backlogs from Goodwood through to Bosmansdam Road and Marine Drive sitting from Sunningdale through to Sunset Beach. With your traffic update, I'm Rob Byrne.
The Morning Brief with Thulasizwe Simelane. Weekdays, Monday to Friday, 6 to 9 a.m. The Morning Brief with Thulasizwe Simelane. Weekdays, Monday to Friday, 6 to 9 a.m.
8:10 on this Wednesday. It is great to be in your company. Welcome to it, the third hour of the Morning Brief on SAFM 104 to 107. Let me quickly run through some of the WhatsApp messages because, we like to mix it up. There are people who want to contribute to the conversations that move us, but don't necessarily want to be on air. And we get that. We accept that. So you can send us a WhatsApp message on 0614 104 107. So one person says on the WhatsApp line, the problem with Operation Dudula is that it targets black people. You will never see them checking if a white person is legal or illegal in this country, says that person, leaving that message unsigned. And then earlier on, I was making the point that the judgment talks about only SAPS and immigration officials can, acting on reasonable suspicion, ask to see a person's ID. That's not the role of groups like Dudula. So this person then responds to that and says, reasonable suspicion, yes, for CPF, Community Policing Forum members. But with such high numbers of illegal immigrants and false documents, reasonable suspicion is so high you can see it from a mile away. Clinics are now empty because illegals have been separated from legal. Just saying, says that person there with that message that they sent through in response to that conversation. MJ Kopitori says, so it's okay for foreigners to acquire medication from our clinics, accumulate and bulk sell them in their respective countries. Remember what was found after the bus accident. The judiciary in this country has proven, I will not complete that because I do not support casting aspersions in that kind of way. I get the point you're making, and I'm happy to leave it at that point, MJ Kopitori. Let me go to this one. What does this person say? All right. So that's someone asking, so you mean when Operation Dudula suspect that you are an illegal immigrant using our state resource, that's not a reasonable ground? Asks that person saying that they are curious about it. Reasonable suspicion is a concept that is used by police officers to base their own actions, right? And I was saying that CPFs perhaps use the same measure to say there's reasonable suspicion that you are involved in some kind of crime, and therefore they will act on that. It's not for me to define what reasonable suspicion is, but that's what the judgment has said, that only SAPS and immigration officials can, on reasonable suspicion, which I take it they know as trained people, what is reasonable suspicion. Only they can then act and say, show me your ID. That I think that's the long and short of the point that I was making. I don't want to be haggling about what is reasonable suspicion on the radio right now. I think those who are trained know what constitutes reasonable suspicion for them to then act in the way that they do. Chris in Camperdown is the last message that I want to read at this point. Chris says, the president seems completely unmoved by the shocking SAPS revelations. I fully agree with Mbazi Mashilowa. At the very least, he should announce a plan to fix the mess at the top, starting with firing Senzo Mchunu. The police already have a huge trust deficit. These new revelations just make citizens feel more vulnerable and desperate. Someone in the GNU needs to give him a serious wake-up call, says Chris in Camperdown there. So, yeah, the GNU leaders were meeting out in Muldersdrift a couple of days ago. I wonder if that wake-up call came during those meetings. Keep it going, the conversation. The number is 086 000 2032. 086 000 2032. Your WhatsApp voice notes 0614 104 107. In a moment, your calls.
I don't love waking up before the sunrise. I don't love wearing a school uniform. But I do love learning. I do love saving my mom money on transport and uniforms while I still get a good education. I do love UCT Online High School because I do love my future. Apply online before 28 November.
Call Thulasizwe now. 086 000 2032.
All right, let's go straight to your calls. Let me start with Sbusiso in Durban. Good morning.
Morning.
Very well. Please go ahead.
Thanks. Hey, from what gentlemen could say, we've been seeing a lot of the information. In as much as we haven't tested that most of these have some true, but I still want to say continue clean up this from the top, because I think whenever the kennels and other people get instructions and they take from those instructions, then they also become corrupt. So I think the fish, as they say, runs from the top. But also we need politicians that have a clear that are patronage with because if you have politicians that are only selfish and only setting not having the interest of people, we will have because if they're not ethical politicians, then they start crossing the line.
For sure.
We need to have a clear line between what the police should do in terms of the police commissioner's side. And I'm worried about them here because the characters that have been involved with they know the head.
Yeah.
Record and not.
Yeah. All right, Sbusi, so thank you for that. And I think that last theme that you raise is one that I think we can form our own opinions already on. The kinds of people that leadership in this country, leaders in our government, in the police, are happy to associate with. What does that tell you about them? I think we can safely make our own conclusions, even at this stage. The people that they, by their own words, they've said, yeah, I've associated with this person. You say to yourself, why? Why? You know? Let me go to Semi in Polokwane. Good morning.
Good morning. How are you, Tula?
Very well. Please go ahead, Semi.
I'm good. Tula, I'm talking about the info from Kopanang, right? Regarding the high court.
Yes. Kopanang, yeah.
Kopanang. First thing is, one, coming to South Africa, he did not address that one. Even when they asked him about the organization or NGO composition, how many foreigners are there, how many South Africans are there. He was just running away from the told you that there are many different. The question was not how many different races are there, how many African or people from outside South Africa are there. And then they still like that we are for, but never seen them interdicting or treating government for providing this movement that is our borders. For one, saying to government for border management, that there's no control. That's what I have a problem. They're only trying to return to put when there's a problem.
Yeah.
That's what I mean. And then I begin to see them when people were dying everywhere in South Africa. Why were they? You know, they can only talk when things are happening to bigger than different.
I get you.
One
Yeah.
the problem that we have.
Yeah.
That's why we will find way so that from somewhere else. So like South Africans are the ones that I keep.
All right.
Right.
Semi, thank you for that. Not a great line to Semi, but I get the point that Semi is making on that score. Let me go to Sianda in Karieha. Good morning to Sianda.
Morning, Tulas. Tulas, let me start off by politics is necessary.
Mm-hmm.
One of the things that South Africans seem to be or fail to remember is that this country is a constitutional democracy.
Sure.
And when you're a constitutional democracy, it is an incumbent upon you as a country to exercise law, its latter. One of the things that people forget that is enshrined in the Constitution, or rather, yes, I think the Constitution is that one is who is innocent until proven.
Mm-hmm.
We should always refrain. People must be fired without having done it. But we should rather encourage people for them, out of their own volition, with their conscience, to say, I'm stepping down. When the president is saying, I am putting this person on a leave of until this matter it is completed, he has not shied away from it. We seem to be running our country with emotion. I understand that what the rot is happening in Europe. I'm not talking about the ANC.
Yes.
I'm talking about the principle that must be applied. This is something that we said as Africans we want as a constitutional.
Sure, I hear you. Sianda, let me just challenge you very quickly. I don't have much time. Do you accept that that presumption of innocence that you're talking about in terms of its codification in the Constitution applies for when you are on trial, when you go before a court? That's separate, I submit, and you can tell me what you think. That's separate from political judgment, where as the person in charge of you and you report to me, I make the judgment that whether what you did constitutes a crime or not, I do not like your associations with this person that link to that person. And then there are all these suspicions, and I can make up my mind as the person to whom you account politically, make a political call and say, actually, based on that, I don't have to wait for you to be proven guilty. That's for the judge to worry about, to presume you innocent when you walk in until you are proven guilty. Do you understand the point I'm making?
I understand it quite perfectly, Tulas. Remember when I said it, politics is a contested terrain. The reason I understand it because a prosecutor, when you go to court, it is about prosecution. But when it is a commission of inquiry, it is about inquiry. Now, nowadays, politicians have a tendency. I would say I'm contesting against Tulas, and I would try my best to put you in a very bad light. That is what is making this a very mad magic position.
I hear you. All right,
Sianda. So I'm saying when we judge people on those bases, it makes it very difficult.
Gotcha. Sianda, thank you for that call. Sianda in Karieha engaging there about the issues to do with Senzo Mchunu and the call by Mbazi Mashilowa that says actually he should have resigned or have been fired, and that can still happen even now.
Thulasizwe Simelane on SAFM.
Let's focus now on something called the brain economy. It's something we don't readily think about, but it came up at the Davos Alzheimer's Collaborative and the Science of Africa Foundation. They hosted a high-level G20 side event focusing on brain health as a driver of global prosperity. And that part of that theme included a G20 call to action. The event brought together world leaders in science, business, health, and policy to explore how investing in brain health can power economic growth, strengthen workforce resilience, and position G20 nations to lead the emerging brain economy. Let's speak to Dr. Mee Rizig, University College London Institute of Neurology. Good morning to you, Doc, and thank you for your time this morning. the brain economy. I'd never really framed it in that way. When we talk about the brain economy and the importance of brain health to the economic growth and prosperity of nations, what exactly are we talking about?
Yes, thank you very much, Thulas, for this great interview. I think you summarized what we've done really very eloquently. So we're here in Johannesburg for this important meeting to call for action for all the G20, but at the same time to speak to the African individuals, the normal people who are listening to you today, and the normal people who are making decisions about their lives and the lives of and the future of Africans. So we wanted to put, we call it the brain health in the health agenda, something which is oftenly ignored and not talked about until it's too late. And I will explain exactly what we mean by brain health. The second thing is to highlight by talking about brain health, we're not just talking about diseases and illnesses, we're talking about economic prosperity and the future of how we live our life and how we'll become more prosperous and building the economy. So, in simple terms, the brain is thought about as the most valuable asset for a human being. We use it in our daily life to make decisions, to work, and to produce. But often we neglect thinking about it till it's too late. And majority of us has been affected by conditions related to the brain, directly or indirectly, whether through our relatives or through our own health itself. Diseases which we hear about, such as dementia, disease, these are diseases which affect people later in life. And there are other brain health conditions that affect children as well, including mental health conditions, disability, neurodevelopmental conditions. Unfortunately, we don't think about these things till it's too late. And what we learn from nations who are ahead of the African population when it comes in thinking about these conditions, it's always good to think about these things early. And by early, I mean as early as conception or the conception with children, and especially within the first few years of life. So we're coming with the understanding and the concept. We need to call for action to think about brain health as an integral concept of our health through our lifespan, including children, including young adults, including middle people in middle life, not just an elderly population.
So, in the context of the G20, what would that look like? Embedding brain health at the center of global prosperity and competitiveness.
There are two concepts which we need to think about. Africa is quite young, so about 40% of the youthful population are living in Africa today. So if we wanted these group of people to be productive and produce to the economy of the Africans, we need to keep them healthy as much as possible. There is a concept in economy which is called the demographic dividend. And by demographic dividends, we mean that we reduce the number of dependent people in the person who is productive, whether those dependent people are children or adults. So if all these young people will start producing to the economy soon, so majority of the African continents are within the cusp of that economic dividend. To keep that economic dividends healthy, we need to keep them working for as longer as possible. And by longer as possible is to reduce burden of diseases related to age, such as dementia, such as hypertension, such as diseases. So if we wanted to think about the economy, we need to think about how to keep those people healthy. The second thing we need to understand the burden in terms of the economy of these conditions. So we know that dementia alone is costing the African economy more than 10 billion. So if we adding into the dementia other neurological conditions, including mental health conditions, you're about tripling that number. We model certain interventions which are really very easy to introduce to someone's life, like reducing salt intake, so by which you reduce the high blood pressure, or controlling someone's weight or introducing certain types of education early children's life. And we calculated that percentage are easily to use, and that will save the economy today about 38 billion. So we're talking about serious numbers here, which could be injected back into the economy. And the third and most important thing is keeping the workforce healthy is the imperative for the Africans from an economic point of view to generate more income to the economy. And I'm not just talking about the Africans. This is really very important for the contribution to the world economy as well.
All right, let's leave it there. Fascinating conversation. Dr. Mir Rizig from University College London at the Institute of Neurology. Let's go straight to Jolani Tulungwepe, who's got the latest news headlines, and then after that, we'll come back to Zaikan.
Good morning. Making headlines, Crime Intelligence Head General Dumisani Khumalo has revealed some of the close links between alleged criminal underworld figures and top cops. General Khumalo, who returned to the Madlanga Commission yesterday after falling ill early in October, continued his testimony at the inquiry. Deputy Police Minister Dr. Puli Bushielo says Acting Minister Firoz Kachalia assigned her responsibilities a week after his appointment. Bushielo appeared before Parliament's ad hoc committee investigating allegations of criminal infiltration, corruption and political interference in the criminal justice system. And finally, Gauteng Transport MEC Gidiboni Diale Tlhabela has emphasized that there is still ongoing engagements with all other role players, in particular the taxi industry, as the date for the long-awaited G20 Leaders Summit draws closer. I will have details on these and other stories at 9 o'clock.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Still worth avoiding Joburg's N3 running north. It's a double whack this morning. A crash now at Heldenace and then this morning's earlier crash at Van Buren. Both of those pushing heavy traffic back through Elands onto the N12 to Reading and back along Elands on the N3 to Rand Airport. Very heavy on that run through to Gululis. If you're airport bound, avoid it. The Mike 1 Boyson's up to Sandton is heavy today. The N1 leaving Soweto up towards Maresburg. There's a big backlog there. And then a crash on the N1 going into Malabongwe drives. There's some more delays on that N1 North. N1 South, a collision before Ravonia. Traffic backlogging through Beclue interchange on your way towards that one. And the N1 South coming out of Pretoria breakdown after Gaasfontein. Queuing pressure as you line up down through that towards Rigel Avenue. Durban's N2 North heavy still through Spaghetti Junction on your way up through the roadworks. If you're heading up towards Umgeda Road, for this hour it stays slow. There was an earlier crash before the interchange. It has cleared. M7 Bluffbound standing from Queensborough down to Bel Air and Wakesy. And Cape Town a crash. N2 inbound before Rapenburg. That's very slow coming through from the airport this morning. And the N7 North still jam-packed from Goodwood up to a desperately busy Bosmansdam Road off-ramp into Summer Greens and Montague Gardens. With your traffic update, I'm Rob Byrne.
This is SAFM Sport with Zai Khan.
Zai, good morning to you. Let's talk rugby. There'll be nothing romantic. In Paris when the Springboks take on the French there.
Yeah, there's nothing romantic in the city of love, as it's called. Felix Jones with the Bokham saying it's business as usual in Paris, and it's going to be a box style of business. So yeah, the Springboks fine-tuning, especially all the talk of revenge ahead of Saturday's rematch with France. Assistant coach Felix Jones says last year's World Cup is in the past. The team's only focus is on performing well this weekend. The matchday squad will be named on Thursday, with Jones expecting a fierce French challenge on home soil.
I think their whole pack in general. They have a tremendous number of forwards to pick from, and even looking at the squad that they had, I suppose the word is protected. I'm not sure what the word is in French over here. We know they have a huge pack of forwards that they can select from. So probably not the best placed person to talk about what goes on in the front row. Grobby's here beside me, might be a little bit better placed. But no, we know they've built a bit of depth there over the last couple of years. So yeah, we're expecting it to be as tight, big a battle as it was in 2022 and 2023.
Staying with rugby, the Springbok hooker Johan Grobbelaar is eager to make his mark in Paris this weekend as the Boks face France after fighting his way back into contention through standout performances for the Bulls. The 27-year-old says team's rotation policy keeps competition fierce.
You need to keep on building your squad, giving young guys opportunities. Otherwise, you'll reach a point where there's just some experienced guys and you're going to be left with a gap with too many young guys. So, yeah, great to be rotated. Great for me as a younger guy coming in and get some more caps. So, looking forward for the next few weeks.
And there was plenty of action in the Betway Premiership. Kaizer Chiefs flying high after a dominant 4-1 win over Orbit College at FNB Stadium. Mduduzi Shabalala stealing the show with 2 goals and an assist, helping Amakosi climb joint top of the Betway Premiership table alongside Mamelodi Sundowns. Elsewhere, Polokwane City edged Amazulu 1-0 to move into 5th place, while Chippa United were held to a goalless draw by Magesi, keeping them rooted to the bottom of the log. Onto golf, and Live Golf is shaking its format. The Saudi-backed tour will expand from 54 to 72 holes, and that's from the 2026 season as part of its bid for world ranking recognition. The league, which is built around faster 54-hole events with shotgun start, will keep the shotgun format but extends to 4 rounds. And finally, tennis, the world number 1, Arina Sabalenka, battling past Jessica Pegula in a thrilling 3-set encounter to notch up her second group stage victory at the WTA Finals in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. Sabalenka, she took the match 6-4, 2-6, 6-3, strengthening her lead, and she'll now face Coco Gauff next, while Pegula will meet Jasmine Paolini, and that's in their final round robin match. And that's your sport on the morning brief. Look out, we'll bring you more sport. That's around 12:30 with John Herika. I'm Zai Khan.
The Business Update on SAFM.
Let's turn to Ndauling once again. I always say when I talk about Sasria and Ndauling that it's the insurance that many of us, if not all of us, have, but we didn't know we had until it was needed in 2021. Tell me about them and continuing to recover.
So we got a glimpse of their financials, and the state-owned insurer says it has now rebuilt its financial strength to withstand a disaster twice the size to handle a year, even as it warns of rising social unrest and climate-related threats. CEO Umiti Gwe told Parliament's Finance Committee that Sasria can now absorb claims of up to 20 billion rands, up from 10 billion rands in March 2024. And this comes after posting a 4.5 billion rand profit in the 2024-25 financial year. That recovery, of course, comes 3 years after the insurance collapse during the 2021 riots, which generated 5 billion rands in claims and forced a 22 billion rand government bailout. Now, CFO Dirk Hans said Sasria remains in a recovery phase that aims to build reserves to 30 billion rand by 2029. Tikwe warned, however, that the insurer's risk environment is shifting. Threats now include illegal mining, taxi violence, student and labor unrest, infrastructure decay, and water compounded, of course, by increasingly severe weather events. Sasria is studying how to extend cover to climate-related losses, a move Finance Minister Enoch Gorongwana hailed as essential for protecting national assets amid growing environmental volatility.
All right, let's turn to the long-running story around ArcelorMittal and its long steel plants. Tell me about them now shutting Newcastle.
The group has confirmed that it stopped long steel production at its Newcastle plant and placed most of its facilities under and maintenance after fully drawing down the 1.68 billion rand loan from the IDC that was meant to delay the shutdown. Now, AMSA said in a will continue trading remaining stock while discussions with IDC over possible risk options continue. Shut down, of course, 3,500 jobs at risk. The Labour Court has ordered the company to stop dismissals until further consultations take place. Meanwhile, a 2.5 billion rand Chinese-backed steel plant is being developed in Nigel, expected to produce 600,000 tons of long steel annually and create 1,200 jobs. Industry experts warn the investment comes despite declining domestic demand and large unused local capacity. AMSA's shares closed at around R1.45 yesterday as uncertainty over its future deepened.
Lastly, Dowling, just wrap it up for us. What kind of a
Mhm.
trading day can we expect today?
So the JSE likely to the red to us following what's playing out internationally. Then, in terms of company news, it's slow news day, but there is an update from a minor gold fields, and investors will be waking up to that. Iran breaking under the 70 level, now at 17.49 to the greenback. Strong dollar and pressure, strong dollar pressure that is, and downturn in markets weighing on both currencies and commodities, with oil also losing steam, trading just under $65 per barrel. And then back to equities over in Wall Street, futures mostly in negative territory. There's some nervousness on that front as we await ADP numbers that'll give us insight on how hiring is faring in the private sector. Quite an important print because we haven't been official unemployment due to the government shutdown. And then lastly, in Asia, a sell-off in the tech sector weighing on markets, stock in negative territory with the Japanese Nikkei hitting a 6-month low.
All right, Dowling, thank you for that. Dowling Lechala there with your news on the markets as well as business throughout the 3 hours of the show.
Whether it is a CCMA referral, problems with a mechanic, unfair blacklisting, or an uncontested divorce, Clientele Legal offers professional legal services to all South Africans. Our plans are affordable, and you receive up to 745,000 Rand worth of legal services per year. We cover civil, criminal, and labor-related matters. Our nationwide legal teams are standing by to support you 24 hours a day. Plus, all plans include a 5,000 Rand bail benefit. Join today. SMS SAFM to 32195. That's SAFM to 32195. Clientele General is an authorized FSP and licensed non-life insurer. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
Ish, at school I was falling behind. They thought I wasn't trying, bruh. Truth is, I couldn't see well, and I felt as small as the words on the board. And then, teacher came to sit with me and realized I needed glasses. Bruh, now everything's changed.
Take time to listen. With enough love and support, children don't just catch up, they thrive.
Visit holdmyhand.org.za.
Together, we can change their future.
Call Thulasizwe now, 086 000 2032.
All right, I want to start with your voice notes. I don't think we've done a great deal of those this morning. If I can locate myself in relation to where they are. All right, I'll come back to the voice notes in a moment. Let me go to a call from JCK in Musina. Good morning to you, JCK.
Thulas, are you well?
Yes, you?
I'm not too well, man. But Thulas, allow me to voice my frustration.
Sure.
with SASSA.
Mm-hmm. South African Social Security Agency, yeah?
Yeah. You know, SASSA doesn't live to their motto. Care. They don't care at all. Let me tell you, let me start it here. I'm a beneficiary of old age grants. I'm a beneficiary. Maybe something that you don't know, what you call it. Let me educate you here. With SASSA, when it comes to the 15, that's 1 5, each every month, the social grant is done and dusted. And they wait for the payment date, which the payment date will be the 3rd, the 4th, or what.
Yeah.
So the money is already done and dusted. But for SASSA to pay us the 6th instead of the 2nd, it doesn't make sense. The same applies to you, what you call When BC is paying you on the 25th, the 25th falls on Saturday or Sunday, you are paid on Friday. Same applies to SASSA. If the pay day falls on Saturday or Sunday, you are paid on Friday. Why don't they take us? Why?
Yeah.
You know, they must change it. They must change their financial year.
Yeah.
Pay us on the date, maybe the 1st or the 2nd.
A paid date that you can predict, that you will know, not one that shifts every month.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
I told you already, Thulas, with payment, only the first The second, oh, which body is making money? The SASSA or the service provider is getting money even. Maybe the money is in the bank. They're getting revenue for internet or whatever. Why are they seeing us?
Yeah.
Somebody's making money.
Yeah.
So SASSA, financial area 26, 27, please pay us to the first or the second, and it must be that. And this seniority, the people must be paid today, the children must be, they must pay on the very same date because they budget through that. So they get my point.
Yeah, get you, JCK. I absolutely get you. Thank you for that. That's,
yeah, thank you very much. The
yeah.
thing must go well to those people. We are sick and tired of those people. Let me rest my case. Get me down from Sina.
Thank you, JCK. That makes a lot of sense to me. I wonder what the details are, technical or whatever details that are leading to that situation, and how easily it can be resolved. Because, I get the point that JCK Kaunda is making about just needing the certainty and predictability that we get paid on this day. With the solutions we have these days, technology and the likes, it really isn't too much to ask, I think. Therefore, in Welcome, good morning. Not the advocate, yeah?
Good morning.
Sorry, sorry, I
Wonderful
couldn't
show.
resist.
Yeah,
Thank
no,
you.
that's
Former advocate.
yeah.
Mhm.
Who have taken it? I want to say,
Yes.
for the full year, they are not saving, yet are receiving in all their salary, probably maintenance and things and so on.
Hmm.
What is the question? What this like? And what is the
Well, therefore,
record?
they're saying that they have been serving. They're saying that they have been working despite not having a properly defined job descriptions. There is work to be done. That was the evidence of Kasal Matale, for example.
And by the way, we have got these terrible people called from public. What is doing? But the people are not this.
Yeah.
It's one thing to be trying so why are these people not even know what that way we inside the provision for your community as well?
Yes.
So the system should be provincial, not at provincial level, parliamentary level. But
Yeah.
the last thought we have is just minute just I think check project so in it from the and two they surely was the reason.
Yeah.
And obviously they should have done some follow up to say on monitoring because you was like
Yeah. Gotcha.
Therefore, what is the
yeah.
Enough young people that are working about
Yeah, right.
that
100%, I get you. Thank you for that, Defo. Unfortunately, the president never really accounts for this is my thinking. This is why I have two deputy ministers in that department. The general sense is that when you have two deputy ministers, it sort of shows a seriousness and an elevation of the issues in that portfolio. But you never really hear him spelling it out and saying, this is why I'm appointing two deputies, and this one will be responsible for that, and the other one will be responsible for that. And that conversation, will continue, really, the conversation around deputy ministers, especially in those portfolios where you have two instead of one. Max Ntwane, good morning.
Good morning, Thulas, and thanks for taking my call.
Mm-hmm.
Thulas, listening to you and Mbazimashilowa about the perspective of our president, example that he has given, of which I think is two different example, the issue of Sasanene and Mpumi, it's completely different.
Yeah.
Because when you look at this matter, as you alluded to during the presentation, can you fire a person on the basis of the rumors without those rumors even being tested? If the president has just done exactly what the Mashlowa is thinking, on behaving or getting what we're hearing today, on Madlanga Commission, on the Ad hoc Commission, for that matter. So for him, the president, I think he acted very sincere. Because remember, the president is there with the ticket of the ANC. And one of the prerogatives of Cyril Ramaphosa in the ANC is to guide the organization. And if within the ANC will be seen unfairly to Senzo Mkunu without giving him a platform to test his allegation, then it will be another matter at all. So for this point, I strongly believe that Cyril, the president, did acted correctly. It will be up to you, Thulas, as your conscience, to tell you if you want to resign or not.
Yeah.
But if you want to stick to your job, as Senzo did, then the jury is there. We can see who's wrong, who is right. That's the biggest.
Even if it
judgment of
comes
them
with
all.
the political cost from the electorate that is watching all of this and says, you could have acted, but you didn't, to remove this person. Even if it comes at that cost, you leave it to the conscience of the person.
But it depends. There are some situations, Thulas, that you have to stick to your gun and fire the person.
Yeah.
But on this one, it was broadly. It was against minister. It was against the same judiciary where we want to take him Mkunu to those process, of which it's a big question mark. How many bail applications have Molefe got,
Yeah.
for an example?
Yeah. All right.
So it's a very interesting situation, and
It
thanks,
really is.
Thulas, for taking my call.
Thank you, Max. That's Max Ntwane there. I tell you what, AB, I will come back to you a bit later on, if you don't mind. I do need to take the traffic report with Rob Byrne. Rob, before you start, there was a question here for you. If I can scroll quickly to it, but it has to do with Ibunga. The person who sent the message says, how come you don't mention Ibunga Drive out in Cape Town? Has the name been changed? There you go, Rob.
No. It's still there. Bunga bunga, as we call it.
So the traffic is flowing fluidly these days.
Well,
You
no,
don't have to
it
mention
never.
yeah?
No, it never really flows freely through Bunga Avenue. But no, it's still there. It's very much there, as all the other regulars are. It is just something that, that perhaps there hasn't been a major incident there lately.
Yeah.
That's probably why it's missing. But we love Bunga Bunga, and conjures up lovely images when we mention it.
Rob, I will not enter that terrain this morning with you.
Oh, lovely images. Well, images at least. Yeah.
Silvio Berlusconi and the parties. All right, Rob.
Well,
take it away.
yeah, that's your deal there. All right, good morning. The N3 North has been a problem this morning coming up from the Germiston, Alberton areas. Had a crash at Van Buren and a crash at Heldenase. They've both been cleared, but there is a sort of residual backlog from 4 Trekker Road on the N12 moving through towards Heldenase. N17 out towards Brakpan Springs, very heavy today in the roadworks. That's normally only something we report in the afternoon, but if you're on the N17 from Rondebolt Road down to Heidelberg Road, it's pretty heavily backed up. Crash on Joburg's M1 North at Malabongwe Drive, very heavy coming up from the Bayers Nordia side, and a crash on the M1 South at Rivonia, so delays through Buccleuch. In fact, you'll pick up a queue just south of Allendale on the N1, and it just means an extended delay on the N3. You sit from Alex up into Buccleuch and then straight onto the M1 all the way down to that Rivonia exit. A big truck crash north of Matuba. We reported this earlier this morning, a fatal crash. It is just causing some delays. If you're moving to the north side, about 10 k's north of Matuba, just expect to sit there for a little bit longer. Roadworks just outside Mpangeni, and a crash as well on the R34, so some extra delays going that way. And Cape Town, the N2 inbound from Langa via Bunga towards Hospital Bend stays busy, and the M3 still under pressure for this time of the day from really Constantia right through to the UCT exit. Rob Byrne, SAFM Traffic.
Thulasizwe Simelane on SAFM.
All right, let's end it off with this story. A new report from UCT's Children's Institute has delivered a sobering snapshot of childhood in South Africa in 2025, showing millions of children still growing up amid poverty, hunger, and violence. The South African Child Gauge 2025 finds that nearly half, just under half of the country's children have suffered maltreatment, while rates of stunting and hunger have worsened since the pandemic. Researchers say violence against women and children is deeply interconnected, yet government policies continue to treat these crises in isolation. Let's speak to Professor Shanaz Matthews, South African Child Gauge 2025 editor and professor within the UCT Faculty of Health Sciences. Prof, good morning and thank you for your time. It's a complex area to investigate, trying to piece together the overall experience of being a child in South Africa in 2025. Share with us how you went about doing exactly that.
Well, Tula, Sizwe, thank you for having me, and good morning to your listeners as well. As you said, it's a complex area, and part of what we wanted to do with this child aid is to highlight how in South Africa, and we're not the only country, but globally, we address violence against women as very separate. Yes, I do think it's as you said in the introduction. What we know, and increasingly the evidence has shown us, that these forms of violence are driven by the same risk factors. They co-occur in the same family. They drive an intergenerational cycle of violence, and the periods of high risk cause these forms of violence co-occur, like adolescence. Yet, our programs and in our services, we silo these forms of violence. So, for instance, when a mother brings a child, for instance, to a hospital because the child thinks sexually abused, the child in front of them and they offer a service. Often, what happens is women themselves have experienced violence or themselves have experienced violence, making that mother immobilized to support that child. And we've got to be seeing how these common risk factors like those forms of violence and got this intergenerational cycle of violence, meaning that actually our services and our responses are not effective when we do violence, effective violence, both women and children are experiencing. And therefore, it's critical within South Africa, government and NGOs and researchers and start about how do we deliver going services to promote the outcomes.
The other dimension you looked at is child hunger and stunting, and the observation is that it's getting worse. How so, and what's driving that phenomenon of it getting worse?
Well, I think during COVID, what we did is that households were, and particularly households that children were living in, were becoming poorer. And that has not been fair. So children live in the poorest households. Therefore, what we are seeing is that the poverty rates are increasing with the homes that children live in, and that income is increasing rates for children as well. The concern really is that when a child is some, by the age of 2, if the child stunted, there's no way that you get that child back on track. It is an indictment of us as an upper middle income country that we have one of the highest rates. There is for us thinking about what we're doing to families who are unable to meet the daily requirements of putting nutrients into children, and how do we support those families? I know the child support grant goes a long way, but it's not doing enough for the really poorest of the poor.
The other dimension has to do with the impact of poverty on children, and there's a regional aspect to it, a regional split. Talk to that, even as you talk to the possible policy choices that can be made that can begin to push back on these aspects.
The important thing for us to understand, is that poverty, although we say we've got pro-poor policies, it doesn't really get families out of poverty because employment is, ability for families to get the necessary employment is actually impossible unless we change some of our policies in terms of how, in fact, how young people get into employment and how we sustain families is really critical. That we're not going to get we're not going to shift the needle. So these are interconnected problems. That poverty is one of the drivers of violence, and we've got to be thinking about how we address poverty, which is a structural, and it's some structural inequalities that drive poverty in South Africa, like other parts of Africa and global south. We've got to be thinking about how all these policies impact on the poorest of poor and women particularly make choices to remain in violent relationships because they've got no other income. And that locks women into relationships that they potentially could be getting out of if there is economic empowerment programs, if women, if you
Yeah.
thousands of things.
Hmm. All right, thank you for that. That's Professor Shanaz Matthews, a South African Child Gauge 2025 editor. Just leaving it on that sobering note about the realities of being a child in South Africa in 2025. That's where we have to leave it for this morning. Thank you for the conversation and for your robust engagement as always. Do stay with the station. The Talking Point up next here on SAFM with Kathy Muhlahlana after the news at 9 o'clock with Jolani Tulo Mwepe. I'm Thulasizwe Simelane. You've been briefed.
Top stories: the Sava, 3 men gunned down on the Cape Flats, and Gauteng gears up for the G20 summit. Good morning. 3 men have been gunned down in Philippi on the Cape Flats last night. Police spokesperson Andre Trout says officers found the bodies of the victims with gunshot wounds in Sheffield Road at Marikana informal settlements. He says reports suggest that the victims were executed in a cold-blooded manner. The motive for this attack is unclear and no arrests have been made.
Detectives from the Serious and Violent Crime Unit are investigating, and Operation Shanela 2 deployments have been intensified in the area to quell any further violence. The SAPS will not tolerate such senseless acts of violence, and every effort is being made to track down those responsible.
Stewart James Sharnak has accused Crime Intelligence Head General Dumisani Khumalo of running a smear campaign against him at the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry investigating criminality in the country's criminal justice system. Sharnak was identified at the commission as the owner of the Bakkie that suspended Deputy National Police Commissioner General Shadrack Sibia was seen driving and is said to have several criminal cases involving car theft and hijacking. Sharnak says he just wants to clear his name.
I want to inform the South African public this involved in the smear campaign on my name. The fact that I've had cases in 2011, 20, more than a decade and a half ago, which was concluded by the judge. I was given a fine, meaning I served my time rather given a prison sentence was merely money that needed to be paid as a fine as well as a suspended sentence. This was concluded and lapsed already. I'm free.
Meanwhile, General Khumalo has revealed some of the close links between alleged criminal underworld figures and top cops. General Khumalo, who returned to the Madlanga Commission yesterday after falling ill early in October, continued his testimony at the inquiry. Khumalo has also revealed the nature of the relationship between police officers and alleged criminal cartel syndicates. He returns to the stand this morning at the Bridget Mabandla Justice College in Pretoria. Sibahle Mota reports.
General Khumalo has testified that head orderers have adopted a new way of recruiting SAPS members to serve as headmen. He says that the recruiting of members by the criminal cartel is targeted. This is why alleged syndicates will recruit members who serve in the criminal justice system. He added that the arrest of Warrant Officer Pule Tau, who has been charged for the murder of Vereniging engineer Arman Swart, came as no surprise. Tau has been charged alongside murder accused Katiso Katie Molefe, Musa Kekana, and Diego Mabusela. All 3 are believed to be involved in Swart's murder. I am Sibahle Mota in Pretoria.
Deputy Police Minister Dr. Poli Bushielo says Acting Minister Firoz Kachalia assigned her responsibilities a week after his appointment. Bushielo appeared before Parliament's ad hoc committee investigating allegations of criminal infiltration corruption and political interference in the criminal justice system. KwaZulu-Natal Police Commissioner Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi made the allegations. Bushielo says Police Minister Senzo Mchunu did not assign her duties more than a year after his appointment. Bushielo explains her duties.
So after a week, he then called us, and then he allocated us responsibilities for now, and he said we'll go on. So for now, I've been allocated to deal with the GBVF and all the infrastructure and everything related to it. He also delegated to me to deal with the integrated crime and violence prevention strategy.
Gauteng Transport MEC Kidiboni Diale Tlhabela has emphasized that there's still ongoing engagements with other role players, in particular the taxi industry, as the date for the long-awaited G20 Leaders Summit draws closer. The event, set to take place later this month, is expected to draw interest of international guests as well as potential investors from various sectors. The provincial government briefed the media in Johannesburg on the state of readiness for the G20 Leaders Summit yesterday. Diale Tlhabela elaborates.
But what we have been requesting national was to allow us and our stakeholders to participate fully. The SMMEs will be showcasing and exhibiting at Beachwood between the 18th and the 20th of November. We've made presentation on how the taxi industry can be used, including public transport operators in our province can be used in the event. But unfortunately for us, we did not get a sounding yes. We know that Gautrain will to an extent be used. We also are still objective that the Gauteng taxi industry is ready also.
Recapping the top story this hour, 3 men have been gunned down in Philippi on the Cape Flats last night. For SFM News, I'm Jolani Tulo Wepe.
The Dogs of War are ready to fight for 90 minutes to grab 3 vital points in front of their home fans.
Joe with the cutback.
However, the Cottagers want to add extra efforts to triumph and find a way out of the bottom half.
It's a great finish.
This is the Premier League. Catch Everton FC versus Fulham FC on Saturday, 8 November at 4:30 p.m. live on SABC Plus and SABC 3. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport. For the love of the game.
If you think you cannot afford a lawyer, think again. Clientele Legal has made professional legal services affordable. You receive up to 745,000 rand worth of legal services per year. Our range of plans include cover for you, your spouse, children, and extended family. Plans include cover for civil, criminal, and labor-related matters. Whether it's protection orders, gender-based violence, uncontested divorce, or poor service, your Clientele Legal lawyer will be there to assist you. Our services are convenient. Simply pick up the phone and call your lawyer or send us an email and we'll get back to you. All plans include a bail benefit of up to 5,000 rand and we'll go to the police station and pay it for you. Plus, Clientele Legal offers you 24-hour telephonic legal advice. SMS SAFM to 32195. That's SAFM to 32195. Clientele General is an authorized FSP and licensed non-life insurer. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
This November, SFM proudly presents the 3rd annual lecture.
And as the Freedom Charter says, no legitimate government could claim authority unless it is based on the will of the people. And I think sometimes people forget that.
SFM invites you to our 3rd annual public lecture, delivered by Chancellor of the Nelson Mandela University, Dr. Geraldine Fraser-Moleketi. The theme of the lecture is Confronting Inequality, Corruption and Unemployment, Rebuilding South Africa's Social Contract for Inclusive and Sustainable Growth. The lecture will take place on the 27th of November 2025 at the Indaba Hotel, Spa and Conference Center in Four Ways, Johannesburg. Secure your seat by emailing us at rsvp@safm.co.za. SAFM, leading the conversations that move us. The Talking Point with Kathy Motlatlana. Weekdays, 9 a.m. till midday.
The only way to fail in life is to set a goal. Maybe you have the goal of reading a certain amount of books in a year. You've become a much more proficient reader, but you didn't hit your goal. Maybe you had a goal of making a certain amount of money for your business. You are a thriving entrepreneur, but you didn't hit your goal. Think about anything you've ever failed at, maybe relationally, occupationally, educationally, that marriage that ended in divorce. You didn't get into that college that you wanted to. You didn't pass the MCAT. You didn't pass the LSAT. Whatever the case may be, it was all tethered to a goal. A goal, by its definition, it is focused on an ending, which means inherently a goal is limiting. So, what do I suggest we do instead? Here it is. You have an objective with no limitations. Now, I know what you're thinking. Acho, that's semantics. No, the small difference will have a huge impact in your life. Objective, effort aimed in a direction. I'm not saying don't achieve. I'm saying achieve limitlessly. Let go of the captivity of goal setting and achieve all you actually have to achieve. The goal that you achieve, it's actually the penalty that you receive for having set that goal in the first place.
Okay, an interesting perspective. That's Emmanuel Acho. He's a former NFL player and now an author and TV sports analyst, starting us off on the talking point this morning. It's 11 after 9 o'clock. A very good morning to all of you that have tuned into the show. My name is Kathy Motlatlana, and I'll be with you until midday as we lead conversations that move us. So, yeah, we're in for quite a day. We are going to continue in as far as our coverage is concerned. I feel like this morning, why do I feel like I want to ask you, how are you doing? I hope you're all doing well. It might be because of, yeah, all of these things that we have to deal with on a day-to-day basis. And of course, not excluding everything that is coming up in the commissions and committees. So I hope that you're all doing well and are navigating your lives, but also navigating all of these developments in the country in the best way that you can. So coming up on the show today, we are going to continue our coverage at the Matanga Commission. This is where we have the Crime Intelligence Head, Lieutenant General Dumisani Khumalo, continuing with his evidence. He was back in the witness stand or witness box yesterday. You'd remember we've been asking questions about where is he? When is he going to come back? Why is the commission not saying anything about it? Well, he's back and seemingly back with a bang in as far as the evidence that he shared yesterday. In the second part, he, of course, has testified about how an internal investigation within the SAPS connected the suspended Deputy Police Commissioner, Lieutenant General Shadrack Sibia, to criminal syndicates. He also identified Sergeant Faninkosi from Sibia's office as being a link between Sibia and businessman Katiso KT Molefe, who's now accused of murder. And we saw there some of the video footage that was played at the commission of Nkosi going to see Katiso Molefe and leaving his property with a white paper bag, right? And we can only guess what may have been in that paper bag, but certainly the link there seemingly established by way of that video that was played at the commission. So today we're going to continue with the commission at 9:30 as Lieutenant General Dumsanu Khumalo continues with his evidence. At 10 o'clock, we're expecting that the acting police minister, Feroz Kachalia, that he is going to be before the ad hoc committee today. And he's, of course, going to be giving evidence in relation to these allegations that have been made and in relation to the investigation that Parliament is hearing. Yesterday, the SAPS ad hoc committee heard testimony from the second Deputy Minister of Police. I mean, just think about it. If the first Deputy Minister is unclear about his roles and responsibilities. What is the second deputy minister? What what does she do on a day-to-day basis? If the first is unclear, what is left for the second? Hey? I mean, these are just the questions that we need to be asking ourselves as we watch some of these things unfold, right? So that there's a level of accountability that we're able to bring in for the government of national unity. Before GNU, you would have parties, members of opposition parties, that would be questioning why we need deputy ministers in the first place, right? And that would be highlighting the fact that some of these roles are really just, they're redundant. They don't have to be there. But since the government of national unity, a lot seems to have gone quiet on that front. Is it because now, there's more room made for everybody to have a seat? So even when you have two deputy ministers of police and it's unclear what it is they do, the situation is okay. Because, well, we must make room for all of us. Is that what we have come to? So the second Deputy Minister of Police then, Dr. Poli Bushielo, gave her evidence yesterday, and she highlighted a toxic leadership crisis within the SAPS and spoke about the lack of trust and lack of respect between the leaders, and also, had expressed concern that the minister and the national commissioner were not communicating adequately enough, and that this was leading to frustrations amongst senior members of the police. She spoke about the fact that she too learned about the disbandment on social media and said she initially thought it was fake news. She too was warned about attempts to bug her phone, and allegations that she was linked to the cancellation of that tender involving Vusimusi Cat Matlala. So the picture that emerges is one of everybody that has to watch their back. What a toxic environment. Everybody has to watch their back. Everybody is a target in one way or the other. So we'll hear what Feroz Kachalia has found in his time coming into the office. It's been, 2 months now? It's still early days, but we'll hear what he has to say about all of these happenings. So that's coming up at 10 o'clock, 9:30. We're live back to the Commission of Inquiry. We'll start off with the open line, your national roundtable. You can call in 086 000 2032 is the number to dial. 086 000 2032. On the WhatsApp voice note line 0614 104 107. That's 0614 104 107.
SAFM 104 to 107 nationwide.
This summer, the continent unites for the biggest football showdown in Africa. The Total Energies Africa Cup of Nations Morocco 2025 is coming to your screens, live and available on SABC TV channels, SABC Sport, SABC Plus, and across your favorite SABC radio stations. Catch all 52 thrilling matches, stand behind Bafana Bafana, and experience every goal, every cheer, and every victory from 21 December 2025 to 18 January 2026. SABC Sport brings you all the AFCON 2025 action, live and free, because it's game on everywhere.
For the love of the game.
At school, I was falling behind. They thought I wasn't trying, bruh. Truth is, I couldn't see well, and I felt as small as the words on the board. And then, teacher came to sit with me and realized I needed classes. Bruh, now everything's changed.
Take time to listen. With enough love and support, children don't just catch up, they thrive.
Visit holdmyhand.org.za.
Together, we can change their future.
Doing the right thing just got more rewarding. From the 1st of November to the 31st of December, When you pay your SABC TV license, we'll say thank you with a 50 Rand grocery voucher and more. It's our way of celebrating you for helping us to keep local stories and talent alive. Pay, wait for your SMS, and follow the instructions to claim your reward. Make sure your contract details are up to date so we can send your prize straight to you. TV licenses, pay yours, make a difference.
Call us on 086 000 2032.
Okay, let me start in Mvaba this morning. Takatayo, good morning to you.
Yes, good morning. Thanks. I would like to thank you about that it was asking the foreign nationals or they must show their legal documents in hospital. And we know that want to that they so that for people who get I think this is doing the operation because what that means many times when we complain about climate work that this can't be everywhere. So it's us, we the community that we inform of the community. Operation Kruger 80 was the suffering because of nations in our country. How? Because no operation you are not police, only the police that can just go there to ask yourself now, what is the role of if the here? So really to me,
What is the role of what of GBF?
CPF.
Oh, the community policing forums. Yes, yes.
Yes, because
Okay.
you see, they said they can't be everywhere. This is why they also want to intervention in our community.
Yeah,
Now,
but
operation to do that.
Takatayo, let's look at how CPFs are constituted, right? CPFs also work hand in hand with the police. So the mandate of the CPF is very much aligned to supporting what the police are doing. But even that, whatever operations they have are closely linked to the police, at least the CPFs that are run well and are run according to the legislation. These are not independent groups that get to do whatever they want whenever they want.
Thanks, Katie, for that. But my big question is, what I should do said, we don't want the police to be next to us when we're doing this thing. They never, but because they are facing the reality and the people who are really doing this foreign nationals. That is why now the government, because listen to do it, I don't remember one day, they said, don't want police doing this. They also want to be police doing this, and they are resisting it because there's a lot of people they found not illegal in our own country. So why they don't go and say, we are going to join you, Operation Tutula, the same thing. Make sure that what you're doing is not violent, but it's the law. Why they don't join them?
Look, the unfortunate thing, Takata, is that we do have incidents where members of Operation Dudula were actually having tensions with the police, right? Because the police come in to instill a sense of law and order because they know that there are particular ways in which things can be done. And that judgment, of course, was very clear in as far as how it defines some of these roles. So, including what it is that members of the public can and can't do. So, you can't just wake up in the morning and decide to interfere with with the right to access to healthcare, access to education, and think that that is okay. So, I agree with you with saying that there has to be a lot more strategy in terms of how to deal with these problems that exist in our society because they're very real. You do have people who are in the country who are undocumented and who are accessing services that they should not have access to. If you are in the US and you don't have a passport, you don't have a visa to be there, whatever the case might be, you are not going to be able to walk down the street. It just won't happen. So, how do we ensure that there's consistency in the implementation of law and order, and yet at the same time making sure that the rights of those who of individuals is also protected?
I will be happy if because Operation Google, they said they are going to appeal the judgment. I'll be happy if now the judgment is going to be changed. Operation Google, we can allow you only to work.
Okay.
Not to just say
You can't do, not just to say you can't do anything. Not just to say
yeah,
you
thank
can't do
you.
anything. Okay, all right,
Thank you.
Takatayo. That's Takatayo's view. Khotso, you are in Midrand. Good morning.
Yes, morning to you, Sister Tracy.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, man, look. Firstly, let me highlight disappointment with deputy also want to be part of that committee. Something which they have highlighted for that. As much as we are aware, they don't have a clear role in government. West, they forced to go to the heart of government. Number one, I start to feel like because they take advantage. Yes, Soviet is the state. And number two, I still feel like they want to claim that they are better position if it happens Bono is being fired. So it doesn't work in that way in government.
But
As
how do
much
you,
as I think
Khotso,
they
how
want to,
do you think they're taking advantage of the chair?
no, look, you should see always when they arrive. The chair will see the manner in which they've been friends, they've been fellow comrades, even operate together in government. That's number one, which you start to notice when they arrive there. And during the proceeding, you can see even during the proceeding, how much in which they take advantage of in the day, you see. But let it be the whatever it's fine. But the issue here is number one is that we ask ourselves to say, as an ad hoc committee, how do you screen? How do you say you want this kind of an evidence, not that evidence? Because in real sense, there are people who are supposed to be there. That's number one. And you need to check that kind of a person who's coming here to give us evidence. You cannot say because you're an ad hoc, yes, you want that person. It's not that two. The man who they were asking, both of them, they were asking the same question. Did you know? They said we were never told, we were never put. Okay, fine. What do you want? How can you help us in moving forward to say need to what in the West say someone arrived there and claimed that I'm well educated. As much as you claim you are well educated, why don't you even articulate yourself? Someone like a scholar then, if you're well educated. And number two, or number four, they said to you, are you aware that much as you think that you can help, you don't have a role there? Do you see any role? Do you see any importance? Why should they keep you as a minister? No, you can't. Can't even
Sure.
answer that one. So for me, the thing, it's not only embarrassing, but as much as the Apple committee, they're supposed to know to say, this kind of person is such a thing. It's not relevant. We
Yeah.
want someone who will come and
Yeah.
assist parliament. Not to
Also,
say because we are fellow comrades, we know each other, then therefore I'm a fan. No.
Also, I don't think that it's embarrassing only to the ANC. I think that it's embarrassing to the entire government of national unity, because it is the GNU that must be held accountable for this state of affairs. Because how do they hold each other accountable? We've seen
You're
some
right.
of the steps publicly where there are portfolios that are seen to matter above others. So where does that accountability begin and end? This is a question that the government of national unity has to answer, not only the ANC.
No, you're right. Yeah,
Okay.
I agree with you.
All
I
right.
agree with you 100%. The request to me, police, whoever comes there, must be someone of importance, not someone because it's a rumor because it was seen to be with that person
Well,
or
Khotso,
his name was.
these are the deputy ministers of police. They are important. I hate to break it to you,
Right.
but
That's right. That's right. That's right. That's right. That's right.
okay, they are important. They're getting paid. They're ministers with a portfolio. They're important. Papillon in Aldos, good morning.
Good morning to you, sister. Good morning to everybody listening as well. Sister, you know, something which bemuses me is that story of the informal traders whom are in South Station, and your colleague also informed me that the same is happening in Alex. And Alex, yeah, I was right. But anyway, what I have to say is those who make their bread and butter every day here, selling such articles in Park Station and of course there in Alex now, as I heard, they need not worry. Why? Because after the G20 meeting, I can bet you my bottom dollar, Sister Kathy, it will return to normality. So Mr. Dada Moreira is just doing this here as a camouflage, you know, like make South Africa or at least global looking neat and so forth. Nothing else after that there. Secondly, Sister Kathy, you know, there are ambassadors in South Africa of other countries. And I request those ambassadors to request their leaders, their politicians or something of such to come a day early here in South Africa. And whereby, upon being here, they to be taken to places such as Soweto, Alarada Park, Lenasia, such places, you know, to see the filth, to see the unemployment, to see I do not know what. Because as they come here, Sister Kathy, I'll tell you, they will be in their hotels, taken to first class meetings, everything will be there, dinner, lunch. They will not know the undercover places here in South Africa of what filth we, South Africa, are living in. And the only option there too, Sister Kathy, is to vote the ANC out. Thank you.
All right, Papillon. Papillon is out in Aldos. Thanks for that perspective. Again, does the entire burden rest on the ANC? ANC that is in a government of national unity? Is that really fair? It's just after 9:30. Time for the latest news headlines.
Good morning. I'm Jolani Tulo Webe. Making headlines, Stuart James Sharnick says Crime Intelligence Head General Dumisani Kumalo is seeking to mislead the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry by calling him a close protector of suspended Deputy National Police Commissioner General Shandrak Sibia. This after his name and criminal record featured prominently at the commission yesterday with video footage showing Sibia driving his car. 3 men have been gunned down in Philippi on the Cape Flats last night. And finally, the United Nations Human Rights Chief says the world has forgotten about Sudan's civil war and needs to take action to stop atrocities. I will have details on these and other stories at 10 o'clock.
Streaming Skim Sum on the way to class.
Catching the Premier League while waiting for your order.
Jamming to Metro FM before you even get out of bed.
On SABC Plus, sinayo yonke into ifunayo. Your shows, your music, your way, anytime, anywhere. 0 subscription fees.
On your phone, tablet, or smart TV.
Download SABC Plus on iOS or Google Play Store.
We're not just building technology, we're building the future of South Africa. From cloud that grows with your business, to AI that empowers decisions, and IoT that connects people, places, and possibilities. Vodacom Business is here to help you lead with confidence. Visit www.vodacombusiness.co.za. Together, let's build the extraordinary. Vodacom Business, further together.
The Talking Point with Kathy Motlatlana. Weekdays, 9 a.m. till midday.
Another watch were not part of the confiscated items.
So you're saying it's not true that those were confiscated?
And another watch were not part of the confiscated items.
So you're saying it's not true that those were confiscated?
It's not true, yes.
So what happened with this case?
The inquiry is still under investigation. The inquiry, because it involves us investigating from the registration of the security company to the acquisition of the firearms. So the inquiry is still on, but the case that he had filed at High Court, we did file our answering affidavit, and then the case was scheduled to sit on the 24th of December 24, and indeed it sat, and the judge dismissed the application with cost, citing that it was not an urgent matter. And then after that, then on the same day, Mr. Matlala communicated with us that he was withdrawing this same application.
Okay, so it was removed from the roll on the 24th for lack of urgency, and then it was later withdrawn entirely.
That's correct, Commissioners.
Okay. And so is there anything further to say about that application before we move off it?
Yes, maybe, Commissioners, to add that before the sitting, or before the matter set on the 24th, I had met with the former Minister of Police, General Cele, who informed me that he had been approached by Mr. Matlala, informing him that Lieutenant General Sibia advised him, Matlala, to submit or to write an affidavit and he also drafted such affidavit on behalf of Mr. Matlala to open a false case against myself and my members that we had stolen the watches and a MacBook, which then proved that what we saw on the founding affidavit that he had submitted to include these 3 items that were not confiscated, it confirmed that indeed it was true, the information that I got from the former minister.
So you say you met with the former minister. On what day did you meet with him?
It was on the 23rd of December, if I'm not mistaken.
And where did you meet him?
In Pretoria.
And so this was the information that he provided to you?
Yes, that he provided to me, which was corroborating the information that we had seen in the founding affidavit that he had filed before the 23rd, that in the items that he was demanding to be returned, he had included these 3 other items that were not part of what was confiscated by the team. But the affidavit that he was expected now to compile was for him to open a criminal case for the missing of these items, of which then he confirmed to the minister that that was not the case. Those items were not taken by the team, and also he even indicated that he was still wearing the same Rolex watch that he was influenced to claim that it has been stolen.
So the meeting with the minister took place on the 23rd of December. Do you know when the meeting, did the minister tell you when he met with Mr. Matlala? On what?
No, he did not tell me as to when and where their meeting took place.
Okay, so after the 6th of December operation with the questioning of Mr. Matlala, there was then a second event, which is your team arriving at his offices on the 18th and 19th of December. We saw this when you first testified before the commission, the video clips of the team arriving at Mr. Matlala's office. Can you just remind the commission what that was about?
Thank you. Commissioners, as I've indicated that during the operation on the 6th, there were suspicious activities around the control of the firearms. Hence, we seized the 5 firearms that were present that day. We had to make an arrangement with him for the complete compliance inspection of all his firearms, which was then set and agreed between the team and himself to take place on the 18th of December. But then it did not continue. The team did arrive, but then it did not continue because the responsible person who must be present, the responsible person according to the Act is someone that is appointed by the security company owner to be responsible for the control and management of firearms. So that individual was not available on that day, the 18th. Hence, then the compliance inspection was rescheduled for the following day, the 19th of December. And indeed, the team went back on the 19th, and the compliance inspection then was successfully conducted.
And were firearms seized?
Yes.
During this inspection?
Yes, 18 more firearms then were seized for ballistic testing and the furtherance of the investigation of the inquiry that was registered.
Was anything else seized during this operation?
No, on the 19th, it was only these outstanding 18 firearms.
And were those then returned?
Yes, the firearms were returned to Mr. Matlala on the 27th of December.
And is there anything more to be said about the firearms? When you sent it for ballistic testing, was there anything of import?
Yeah, no, the investigation is still ongoing in terms of ballistic analysis. Because we do it in twofold. We identify the cases that we will need to compare with the samples from the firearms, or then we allow the IB system then to assist us in identifying the links. So that investigation is still ongoing.
Okay, and then we know that from there, what happened next, at least from your involvement, was the arrest of Mr. Matlala on the 14th of May. Is that right?
It's right. The investigation continued on other cases that the team had identified that were linking Mr. Matlala. The investigation continued then for the rest of January and up to February, and then around March, April, the team then was ready then to enroll some of those cases, and then there were discussions that took longer than we expected to finalize then the issuance of warrants of arrest.
Discussions with whom?
With the National Prosecuting Authority.
And after those discussions, you finalized the warrant?
We did then get the warrant of
in
arrest.
May? Only in May?
Only in May, yes.
And then on the arrest on 14 May 2025, that's when you seized the cell phones that became the evidence of the chats that we've led before this commission. Is that right?
That is correct, Commissioner.
The WhatsApp chats, yeah. Thank you. General Khumalo, can we then turn now to Part C of your statement?
Advocate Azim, before you turn to Part C, I just want to deal with the chronology up to the end of December. I understood from evidence led by other witnesses, presented by other witnesses, that there was an attempt to open a criminal case against you, first in Pretoria and then in Soweto, but both were unsuccessful. Are you aware of that?
Yes, Commissioner, thank you. I'm aware of that. It is linked with the same information that I've provided, an attempt to open the case, the false case, then with regards to the missing watches during the raid. Well, one can say from our side and also Mr. Matlala's, December was really not a festive period. We were very busy from the 6th of December, one can say up until the 31st of December, so for the whole month, looking at the engagements, investigations and operations and compliance inspections that we were busy with during the month of December. And then on the other side, lots of attempts also from his side to approach the High Court with the interdict, an attempt to open those cases against myself and the team. So both sides were very busy during the month of December. Unfortunately or coincidentally, then the month of December ended with the disbandment letter of the very same busy month ended with the disbandment letter on the last day of December.
General, do you know if statements were taken in either the Pretoria police station or the Soweto police station relating to the criminal case that they wanted to bring against you?
One cannot be 100% sure, Commissioner, whether statements were indeed taken, starting with the information from the former minister that there was a draft statement that was provided, but then of which, according to Mr. Matlala, he did not continue with the plan. But we have since picked up from the WhatsApp chats analysis that we did after May that another institution that was approached with an attempt to register cases is the IPID, where there were communication about them needing a very strong person, a fearless person from IPID who can open the case. So the evidence that we have, there were attempts, but they were struggling with the finalization of that process.
Thank you. Thank you, Advocate Hassan.
Thank you, Commissioner. Okay, so let's turn to Part C then. And we'll begin at paragraph 130. No, we won't. Before we begin with paragraph 134 and 135, which deals with from 7 January onwards and the events that involved you from 7 January. Can we begin with the letter of 31st December? And you will find the letter in the annexure bundle at SDK 24. And it's page 203. Do you have it?
That's correct.
Okay.
Yes,
Right. So we've seen this letter several times before in the commission, but we haven't heard you speak about the letter, and what the commission has heard quite a lot about is particularly paragraph 3 of the letter dealing with the disbandment of the PKTT. But I'd like you to start with paragraph 1, the first instruction from the minister, and that is about the filling of posts in the intelligence division. And it's a very specific instruction, and you are the head of crime intelligence, so this would have affected you, right?
Yes. Thank you, Commissioners. Although the letter was not addressed to me as the Divisional Commissioner of Crime Intelligence, but then 2 of the issues that are raised in the letter had direct link with my positions of firstly being the Divisional Commissioner of Crime Intelligence as well as the project leader of PKTT. Then maybe to steal this moment for a few seconds, before then I get to the question by the SC. It is the 31st of December. The letter, we see it circulating on the social media, I think from the afternoon of the 1st, which is the happiest day of the year. Everybody is in a jovial mood. Then from my personal perspective, it was indeed not the Happy New Year's Day, because I had to expect or receive calls from more than 110 people that I thought I am their leader, asking me one and the same question, all of them. Unfortunately, I could not answer any of those people that were asking what's happening, because in normal situation they will expect any communication affecting them to come via myself or my office. But this time around, this letter just started to trend, and then and also the language used. Most of them were worried about the language used to say, how can we sacrifice and leave our families for 6 to 7 years, and then we are told that we are valueless, and all other words that were there. I'm just touching on that, maybe because I have this platform to raise it. No one has asked me as an individual as to how I felt about the letter itself, but I did not feel right. That's why after I realized that I'm not enjoying the 1st of January like everybody else, I think in the afternoon I had to request Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi to bring the team together and try to also him to explain something that he does not understand. The only thing that he could do was to motivate the team and tell the team that they must continue doing what they are there for. The rest then will be dealt with by the National Commissioner. But indeed, commissioners, it was not a happy New Year's Day because of the letter. Going to the question.
So before you go to my first question, let me just interpose this. Judging by your answer, you were not consulted about the decision to disband the PKTT.
I had never been given an opportunity to brief the ministry. I've never received any complaints or signs of unhappiness. Was never consulted when the letter then was drafted and finalized. It came as a surprise even to myself.
We will come to that aspect of the third instruction, the disbandment of the task team. But for now, on the first instruction, obviously you hadn't been consulted on that either, correct?
And that is correct, commissioners. That is why I should think that the only person, according to me, my view, the only person who can understand the letter is the writer himself. All of us that are reading the letter, I've tried to read it more than 10 or maybe 50 times, trying to make sense and understand, but one is failing to understand each and every paragraph, even the words. The choice of words. But going to the first one, because it touches my environment, one had to try and understand as to what might have led to this decision. One can say the only possible reason for now will be during 2024, the division had advertised 2 batches of senior management posts that included provincial heads of crime intelligence as well as the other section heads at head office level. So on both occasions, as we follow the process, once the Human Resource Management Division of SAPS approves your request for the post that you will want to advertise, they will then indeed advertise the post, and then they will receive applications. They will screen the applications and applicants, and then they will send to you those applications that they see that they meet the requirements, and then they will request you then to make a submission or a proposal for the panel. So on both occasions, or maybe let me start with the first batch. I did it on the first batch of posts. Then the line of communicating that proposal, I will send it to the immediate supervisor, the Deputy National Commissioner, Crime Detection, for his support of the proposed panel, who will then sign it off and process it further to the Division Human Resource Management for approval in consultation with the National Commissioner. So my proposal for the panel for the first batch then was not supported by the Deputy National Commissioner. Instead, then he proposed his own panel, of which then he had to do it in consultation with myself. And then I then did not agree with his set of panel, and then there was then that stalemate that now myself, I'm proposing a certain panel, he is proposing another panel, then the division human resource management is not expecting to receive two sets of proposals. They have to get one proposed by myself, supported by immediate supervisor, so as they can approve it in consultation with the National Commission. So the process of filling those posts remains stagnant there. It did not move. And then another request was sent now for another batch of senior management posts. The same process happened. And then it also reached that point of stagnation. One then, as I'm saying, this is my view. In my view then will be, before I get to my view, I had a discussion with the National Commissioner around this issue, of which then I maintained my position that the panel.
Top stories. Asawa steward James Sharnick responds to crime intelligence head and 3 men gunned down on the Cape Flats. Good morning. I'm Cholani Tulo Webe. Steward James Sharnick says Crime Intelligence Head General Dumisani Kumalo is seeking to mislead the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry by calling him a close protector of suspended Deputy National Police Commissioner General Shadrack Sibiya. This after his name and criminal record featured prominently at the Commission yesterday with video footage showing Sibiya driving his car. Sharnick explained why he was at Parliament's ad hoc committee last month when Sibiya appeared to give testimony, which is also investigating criminality in the country's criminal justice system.
He purposely did that just to misconstrue and convolute the Mandlanga Commission to try and paint the narrative that is running of the syndicate. We know that to protect with the ad hoc committee. I was really sitting there because substantial amount of information, particularly pertaining to the investigations of the PK from KZN, which have given to the National Commission and Frederick.
3 men have been gunned down in Philippi on the Cape Flats last night. A police spokesperson, Andre Trout, says officers found the bodies of the victims with gunshot wounds in Sheffield Road at Marikana Informal Settlement. He says reports suggest that the victims were executed in a cold-blooded manner. The motive for this attack is unclear and no arrests have been made.
Detectives from the Serious and Violent Crime Unit are investigating, and Operation Chinela 2 deployments have been intensified in the area to quell any further violence. The SAPS will not tolerate such senseless acts of violence, and every effort is being made to track down those responsible.
A 32-year-old Northern Cape man has been sentenced to 15 years in prison for attempted murder and brutally attacking his sister with an axe in July this year. The Uppington Regional Court heard that Trevor Isaacs attacked his sister after she questioned him about his abuse of drugs and alcohol. Provincial NPA spokesperson Mojalefa Sinukautswane says the convicted man struck his sister on the face, injuring her left eye.
The National Prosecuting Authority in the Northern Cape welcomes this sentence, as it sends a strong message that domestic violence will not be tolerated. The NPA remains committed to protecting women and children by ensuring that those who commit violent crimes face the full might of the law.
The Democratic Alliance in Mpumalanga has urged the Provincial Education Department to swiftly tackle the problem of alleged ghost workers, which are costing taxpayers millions of rands. The recent report from the Auditor General showed that the department has incurred around 1.8 billion rand in irregular expenditure over the past 2 years. This amount reportedly resulted from salary overpayments to employees whose services were terminated due to death, resignation, retirement, or dismissal. DA spokesperson on education in Mpumalanga, Anari Weber, calls for accountability within the education department.
The system is not complicated. Every month the payroll is uploaded. So if someone has passed on, being retired, being fired, or resigned, they should be deleted and excluded from payments, but this does not happen. The DA demands accountability and that there must be supporting audits and mandatory quarterly reports. This will lead to proper consequence management. The implicated should be identified and should be prosecuted. Money must be recovered at all costs and should be redirected and used for growth, jobs, and services.
Meanwhile, the Mpumalanga Education Department spokesperson, Gerald Sambo, has refuted the allegations of ghost workers within their system. Sambo, however, acknowledged challenges within their system updates.
Well, there is something that we can do, but there is something that we cannot do because at the end of the day, the salary interface, it's a systems issue. But what we can indicate is that we are able to recoup the money. But we have also trained our employees, especially at the school level, also strengthened the monitoring system at the second level to ensure that whenever the death cases are reported on time and we're able to intervene and ensure that through the processes we stop that salary from going through.
The United Nations Human Rights Chief says the world has forgotten about Sudan's civil war and needs to take action to stop atrocities. Volker Turk told the BBC crimes against humanity are being committed in the conflict between the army and the paramilitary rapid support forces.
What we have seen over the last 18 months, 500 days, was a horrible medieval type of blockade, a siege, where we had reports that people had to eat animal feed, peanut shells, that children died because of malnutrition. I mean, it's apocalypse now type situation.
Recapping the top story this hour, Steward James Sharnick says Crime Intelligence Head General Dumisani Khumalo is seeking to mislead the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry by calling him a close protector of suspended Deputy National Police Commissioner General Shandrak Sibiya. This after his name and criminal record featured prominently at the Commission yesterday with video footage showing Sibiya driving his car. For SAFM News, I'm Jolani Tulo Webe.
This November, SAFM proudly presents the 3rd annual lecture.
And as the Freedom Charter says, no legitimate government could claim authority unless it is based on the will of the people. And I think sometimes people forget that.
SAFM invites you to our 3rd annual public lecture, delivered by Chancellor of the Nelson Mandela University, Dr. Geraldine Fraser-Moleketi. The theme of the lecture is Confronting Inequality, Corruption and Unemployment, Rebuilding South Africa's Social Contract for Inclusive and Sustainable Growth. The lecture will take place on the 27th of November 2025 at the Indaba Hotel, Spa and Conference Center in Fourways, Johannesburg. Secure your seat by emailing us at rsvp@safm.co.za. SAFM, leading the conversations that move us.
If you think you cannot afford a lawyer, think again. Clientele Legal has made professional legal services affordable. You receive up to 745,000 rand worth of legal services per year. Our range of plans include cover for you, your spouse, children, and extended family. Plans include cover for civil, criminal, and labor-related matters. Whether it's protection orders, gender-based violence, uncontested divorce, or poor service, your Clientele Legal lawyer will be there to assist you. Our services are convenient. Simply pick up the phone and call your lawyer or send us an email and we'll get back to you. All plans include a bail benefit of up to 5,000 rand and we'll go to the police station and pay it for you. Plus, Clientele Legal offers you 24-hour telephonic legal advice. SMS SAFM to 32195. That's SAFM to 32195. Clientele General is an authorized FSP and licensed non-life insurer. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
Ready to connect, innovate, and be inspired? It's all happening at Africa's Tech Festival, where Africa's technology meets the world. From the 10th to the 13th of November in Cape Town, join global leaders, investors, and innovators driving the future of Africa's digital economy. Don't miss the continent's biggest week in tech. Get your pass now at africatechfestival.com.
Extraordinary is built on innovation. and Vodacom Business is leading the way. Cloud that scales with your business, security that earns trust, AI for smarter, faster decisions, IoT that connects systems and people, and connectivity that bridges every gap. With these technologies working together, Vodacom Business is helping to build a better connected, future-ready South Africa. Visit vodacombusiness.co.za. Together, let's build the extraordinary. Vodacom Business, further together.
Zinzi, the Gen Z. Word on the street is you sold your car.
Yes, and you know I needed a glow up. Hashtag no hustle, no hassle.
So wait. The influencer got influenced by We Buy Cars.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely. And they came to me. They checked the car, they gave me an offer. Oh, and they paid me immediately. Easier than an Insta Live, without the weird DMs at 2 a.m.
I didn't understand half of the things you just said, but hey, We Buy Cars. Geared for the glow up, geared for you.
Clientele is here to safeguard you and your family with compassion because life happens. Be part of a family that truly cares. Our funeral dignity plans have helped South Africans bury their loved ones with dignity for more than 30 years. Let us help you create a meaningful tribute that honors your life and those of your loved ones. We pay out within 24 hours and you will get double accident cover with a clientele funeral plan. Our plans are affordable. Pick the option that suits your needs. Easy to apply, no medical examinations, and no paperwork. SMS SAFM to 48031. That's 48031. Clientele Life is an authorized FSP and licensed life insurer. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
The Expresso Morning Show has been nominated in 5 categories in the 3rd Annual National Film and Television Awards South Africa.
It all happens on Saturday, the 22nd of November, 2025, at the South African State Theatre in Pretoria. And public voting is open from the 13th of October to the 20th of November at midday.
So visit nationalfilmacademy.com, register, and vote for Expresso Morning Show in all 5 categories.
Then, of course, catch us weekdays 6 to 9 a.m. right here on S3.
I don't love going to school. I don't love sitting in a classroom with 50 other children. But I do love learning. Ndiyakuthanda ukufunda isiXhosa as a language. I do love getting good grades. I do love UCT Online High School because I do love my future. Apply online before 28 November.
Extraordinary is built on innovation, and Vodacom Business is leading the way. They provide that cloud that scales the ambition, AI that drives smarter decisions, IoT that connects what truly matters, and secure connectivity that keeps everything moving. From small enterprises to public sector solutions, Vodacom Business is creating a future where everything counts. Stronger businesses, thriving communities, a nation ready to lead. Visit www.vodacombusiness.co.za. Together, let's build the extraordinary. Vodacom Business, further together.
The Talking Point with Kathy Motlatlana. Weekdays, 9 a.m. till midday.
Evidence given under oath or affirmation before a House or Committee of Parliament may not be used against you in any court or place outside Parliament, except in criminal proceedings concerning a charge of perjury or a charge relating to the evidence or documents required in these proceedings. Please be aware that in terms of Section 17.2 of the Powers, Privileges and Immunities of Parliament and Provincial Legislatures Act, a person who will fully furnishes a House or Committee of Parliament with information or makes a statement before it which is false or misleading, commits an offense and is liable to a fine or imprisonment for a period not exceeding 2 years. You are required to take an oath or make an affirmation that the evidence you are about to give is truthful. And let me check with you
Honorable Minister, if you elect to take an oath or affirmation.
Affirmation.
Affirmation. Thank you so much. You will then follow me by saying I, Acting Minister. May you please say I and then state your full names.
Firoz Kachalia.
Solemnly affirm that.
Solemnly affirm that.
The evidence that I shall give.
The evidence that I shall give.
Shall be the truth.
Shall be the truth.
The whole truth.
The whole truth.
And nothing but the truth.
And nothing but the truth.
So I do.
So I do.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Acting Minister. I'm handing over to you, SC. Honorable Skosana, the matters that you are concerned about, I think the security team will deal with those details. In the event there is any other person here, where you are seated, I don't see you being exposed to any danger. The person who is facing the entrance is me, the chairperson. Okay, SC, we hand over to you to start leading evidence. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All the best to you and Minister
honorable
Kachalia.
members, everyone present. Minister Kachalia, good morning, and thank you very much for your cooperation and your input into the statement, despite an extremely busy schedule. You've been thrown in at the deep end, and I'm not sure whether you've been handed a poison chalice, but by all accounts, you've come to terms with your position quite quickly, and we wish you all the best. Having heard thus far quite a number of quite disturbing developments within the senior management of the police. But just to start off with, so that we can get through this quickly, the statement has been made available to the honourable committee members. So it is in the statement, but just to run through it quickly, you have quite an impressive array of legal degrees, diplomas, LLB, LLM in various areas of the law. You've also been appointed as an adjunct professor at WITS, and you're the director of the Mandela Institute. You've also been admitted as an attorney of the High Court of South Africa. You've also, in fact, practiced for a few years. And probably one of the more important credentials is that you participated in the struggle for national liberation. I think you've also seen the inside of a prison, having been detained, and then subsequently to deliver our new democracy, you had served in CODESA as a constitutional expert. So I'm not sure how you're going to avoid the committee members' questions about interpreting certain sections of the Constitution today. You also have experience as an MEC between 2004-2009 for community safety in Gauteng, and during that period you would have interacted with the police. So you have that background. So just before we move forward or onward, any comments that you wish to make in terms of your own background experience, either because you seem to straddle the academic world, the private sector, and also, of course, also one of public service?
Yeah, all of that has brought me to this point, and I'm not sure how well prepared I am. But I intend to tackle the challenge that lies before me. Thank you.
Just pick a bit up, if you don't mind. Sorry. Yeah, I think the mic was on. Yeah.
I was just saying, Advocate, that I'm not sure if everything that I've done up until this point has fully prepared me for the challenge that I have, the duty that the President has accorded me. So, but I will use the attributes such as they are that I do have to tackle the challenge that lies before, I think, the South African Police Service and, in fact, the country as a whole.
You were appointed as acting minister on the 1st of August this year, though it's just a few months ago. And prior to that, or what gave rise to your appointment, was, amongst other things, the revelations that came out of a media briefing held by Lieutenant General Nkwanazi on the 6th of July. And that seems to have precipitated the placing of Minister Mchunu on special leave, and then your subsequent appointment on the 1st of August. What was your reaction to that? Just briefly.
The reaction to his statement or my appointment.
To the statement of the 6th. If clearly you had, I'm sure, no idea that you would be appointed at some point as Minister of Police.
Yes. I now learned that General Mkonazi appeared before the Portfolio Committee, I believe it was on the 5th of March, where he shared his views publicly for the first time. I have to say that while I was in the academy reading cases and journal articles, I wasn't paying that much attention to specific issues for Parliament, and so I was unaware that he had made some of those statements previously. After his appearance before the public, in full military regalia, armed and so forth, worried me, and I made a statement to that effect after my appointment. And I said at the time, which I maintain is correct, that was that kind of public statement was not in the ordinary situation, in the expected situation, appropriate, because the police have a command structure. There's a national commissioner, and there is a minister and a president and so forth. And ordinarily, I think professional conduct requires respect for that structure of authority. But I also said that should his allegations be sustained, his very worrying allegations about the infiltration of criminal cartels into the police service, into the political process, and so forth, if those allegations were to be sustained, then he would have been vindicated. So in that sense, he would have been shown to be a whistleblower. And so when senior officers who are ordinarily expected to adhere to those principles, where extreme situations arise, such as we are now in, and those norms are not working to achieve the results that society expects, one expects bold, courageous conduct by those who hold important positions in our society to tell the truth as they see it, whatever the consequences that might be visited on one personally. So, I think subsequently one can say that I've been listening I listened to parts of his testimony to the extent that I could before the Madlanga Commission and before yourselves. And the testimony, his testimony and of others, particularly I think before the Madlanga Commission, those three witnesses that testified in camera are very alarming, very concerning. But of course, neither yourselves nor the Madlanga Commission has come to conclusions. And so for the time being, my own posture is that despite the the concerns that I have, and I think the public has about the evidence that's already in the public domain, my own posture is that I will wait for this inquiry and the Madlanga Commission to come to conclusions that are properly assessed and tested before I make come to a final understanding of what's really happened over the last few years in the South African Police Service and more generally.
Thank you, Minister. Have you subsequently, or did you subsequently meet with Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi and some of the senior management in SAPS to share and express those concerns that you've just articulated?
No, my engagements with first of all the National Commissioner have been about the issues that lie before the South African Police Service. Initially, I think I was trying to understand what exactly happened with the PKTT, what reasoning informed the decisions that my predecessor made, his relationship with the National Commissioner, and what had happened with whether that team had been disbanded, and if so, what had happened with the dockets. I was concerned that, I mean, it was in the public domain that task team had been disbanded. I wasn't clear about the reasons, and I wasn't sure what had happened to the dockets. Now, those dockets were the dockets contain evidence of ongoing investigations at different levels of finalization. Some of them I assumed were matters that required ongoing investigation. Others might have been concluded at the point of prosecution. And it would have been of concern to the families of those who had been killed that that these investigations should be um, reliably concluded. So those were some of the issues that I engaged with the National Commissioner on. I did meet.
Minister, if I,
Go
just
ahead. Sure.
to perhaps if you want to just go straight to that, you deal with that from page 13 onwards. My interaction with the National Commissioner, perhaps just take us from paragraph 31 onwards. And then you'll also deal with the issue of the dockets and the PKTT, some of the reasons that informed the decision to disband, disestablish, was it disestablished, and what are your interactions with the National Commissioner brought about.
Thank you. So I suppose I should read those parts of the statement into the record. At paragraph 31, I say, I discussed the matter of the National Police Killings Task Team with the National Commissioner in 2 meetings. The second one occurred in the presence of Provincial Commissioner of Natal, Lieutenant General Kwanazi. And that took place on the 20th of August. The meeting, that meeting followed a meeting that I had with the senior management, all the provincial commissioners, the divisional commissioners, and after that meeting, so obviously the provincial commissioner was present in that meeting. The national commissioner, I took an opportunity to have a brief meeting after that, and General Mkwanazi was invited into the meeting. And in that meeting, we did discuss this matter of the political of the team and what had happened to the dockets and so forth, but very, very briefly. My main interlocutor obviously was the national commissioner. So let me see if I can deal with this from memory rather than to go through, to read the statement. So obviously I was concerned about this matter because it was in the public domain. And as I've said, I was concerned about what really had happened and what had happened to the dockets. So I raised the matter on at least 2 occasions with the National Commissioner. I was trying to understand whether the task team had been disbanded or not. And if it had been disbanded, what had happened to the dockets, which after all are collections of evidence, products of ongoing investigations. So the safe custody of the evidence was of a crucial matter. I have to say that it took the 2 of us, myself and the National Commissioner, some time to get into a position where I understood exactly what he was communicating to me. And having listened to his evidence before the Madlanga Commission and before yourselves, I do have a better understanding in retrospect. So,
but what was the blockage? What was the basis for what appeared to be difficulty to understand what was happening, especially with the dockets?
well, you know, I mean, when there's verbal communication on a complex matter, which has occurred in the past, the National Commission is trying to explain to me, someone without knowledge about what's happened in the past. There was sort of, if you like, I think a natural communication gap. The commissioner, you have to remember that he was in the position where his relationship with the previous incumbent had broken down. and there was self-evidently some tension in that relationship. So here you have a new person, a new minister, appointed to step into the shoes of the previous incumbent. So I'm speculating about why it took us, certainly, I think by the 20th of August or so forth, we were more or less on the same page. So it wasn't clear to me from his initial responses that the team what had happened, whether it had been disbanded or not. Eventually, I did have access to the letter that was written by Minister Nchunu of the 31st of December. And the National Commissioner did complain to me, did communicate that he felt that that letter, rather a cursory letter on the 31st, on New Year's Eve, effectively, while he was on leave, was not, in his view, the appropriate way for dealing with such an important matter. But I was trying to understand, had the PKT actually been disbanded? And he was a little bit, it was a little bit unclear to me that I was getting a clear answer on that question.
Did you ask him for a report then?
I asked him.
Just wanted to reference. I'm not sure whether it's before or after the meetings you had with him, but your letter addressed him of the 20th of August.
Yes.
2025.
So eventually, I addressed that letter to him precisely because I felt I still didn't fully understand. And so I addressed a letter to say to him, look, please, I now want your report in writing. I want to understand what happened, and I want to understand what plan you've put in place. Because it did become clear over time that he, although he disagreed with the minister's decision, he decided to accommodate the minister's instruction to the extent that he advised the minister to agree that the dockets should be, there was some public reporting that the dockets were in the hands of General Sabir, that he explained to me that he had advised the minister that fine, you've said it should be disbanded, but the docket should not should be transferred in a systematic, incremental way, so that that I assume to ensure that the integrity of those case dockets was preserved. So I now understand more clearly that he had decided to, at least to that extent, to agree with the minister. And I understand that in the exchange between the National Commissioner and the Minister who has executive authority, that there is a negotiation, if you like, an attempt to find an accommodation, which is what I think the National Commissioner did. And so I think it's now clear to me, or it became clear by the time, by the middle of August or so forth, that in fact the PKTT had been disestablished and that the dockets were being, on a planned basis, on a phased basis, being transferred. I still was not satisfied because I still didn't understand exactly where the dockets were, who had custody of them, what steps.
So Minister, where did is it in that period that there were media reports and that you and the National Commissioner had a difference of view or approach on the issue of the 121 dockets? You want to just clarify that?
So then I asked for, because the matters were still not clear for me, I asked him for a report in writing, and as I indicated in my letter, And I got that report from him on the 20th, I think it was it the 20th? Just see. So my letter is of the, no, my letter was on the 20th of August. Now, I hadn't yet received the report. When I saw a statement in that the National Commission had made in public, in comments he made to the media, that the dockets had been transferred back to KZN. Now, that was inconsistent with what my understanding of what he had conveyed to me, that the team had been disbanded and that the dockets were being transferred. According to this disestablishment plan. In addition, I was concerned that this matter also fell within the terms of reference of the Madlanga Commission, and the safekeeping of those dockets would also be of interest to the Commission, and the Commission would surely be in a position where it has to issue instructions about how those dockets would be form part of the inquiry before the Madlanga Commission. So it wasn't appropriate for the National Commissioner to make that public statement before providing me with the written report that I had asked for. After several weeks of trying to understand clearly from him what the position was. It would now appear that from his evidence that on the 18th of August already, that's before I wrote my letter on the 20th, that there'd been a written communication, at least according to his testimony, between him and the National Commissioner, the Provincial Commissioner in KwaZulu-Natal, that the dockets would be transferred. So what he was communicating to me and what he actually did was not consistent. But I treated that more or less as a communications problem. He might have made the statement in an offhanded way under pressure from a journalist. That happens. All of the members here can understand. Sometimes you find yourself in that position. And so my approach to the matter subsequently was to call a meeting with him. We had that meeting to clarify roles and to indicate to him that given the challenges that SAPS faces and the concerns about the country about the developments in the South African Police Service, the breach in the public trust, that it was very important that him and I have a respectful, transparent relationship, that's what we needed to communicate to the public, that the minister and the national commissioner, who has enormous responsibility in this moment, particularly in SAPS, that we are pulling together, that we're working together. And I think that subsequent to that moment, our relationship has strengthened. We have a respectful relationship, and we're working well together. But I had to establish also with him my expectations about how that relationship should be conducted going forward.
And you subsequently did, in inverted commas, resolve the issue of the 121 dockets, and you also subsequently issued a joint statement.
Yes, he then there was I received the report. There is a date, but subsequently not too long. It was somewhere in the middle of August, so not too long after I made the request for a written report. I did receive that report. It's obviously that report has a classification. But I have read, of course, I have read the report, and in that report, he made recommendations, essentially, essentially recommending that, in his view, the task team that had been established should continue to exist, so in a sense, re-established, and that similar capacity needed to be developed, and that he was in the process of doing so in Gauteng, because from my own observations, but I'd also had I had a meeting with Premier Lesotho to communicate with me his concerns about political killings in Gauteng. He came to see me immediately after 2 ANC councillors were killed in Soweto, which also concerned me. I was also, I've had a growing concern about the assassination of whistleblowers. Of course, we have the famous case now, infamous case, if you like, of Deokaran. But I mean, we've had a number of, we have that young man murdered in Ekurhuleni, an auditor. We've had even private professionals being assassinated. So my perspective then, by this point, was the following. I couldn't understand exactly what the reasons were for the disbandment of the task team. It seemed to me that the problem of let's call them political killings, I'll come back to that, was an ongoing one, that in the run-up to the local government elections, it was likely to deepen, become even worse. And the fact that whistleblowers were now increasingly vulnerable in our society, public officials, not only politicians. So I think that what we now need is a strategy to fight organized crime. This is not a problem localized in one province, and it's not restricted to political, what we might have called political killings in an earlier period, if by that is meant the killings of politicians. So I think the problem is a deeper one now, and we certainly need, on a national basis, to respond to this problem of the involvement of cartels infiltrating our institutions, increasingly emboldened, quite prepared to assassinate people, apparently without consequences. So many of these cases don't get properly investigated. And so, I think that it's now a national question, and we can certainly learn from the good practice of the political investigations political killings task team, because that task team's work was based on an integrated approach to the challenge, an organized crime approach, if you like, which brings together the investigations, prosecutions. There were prosecutors, dedicated prosecutors, who were deployed to that team. Now, to deal with the challenge of organized crime, that's exactly what we need. And I think that the criminal justice cluster always struggles to overcome the silo problem, to get different parts of the system working together to tackle a challenge. And so I was quite happy with his recommendation that was contained in his written report, that that team should not be dismantled in the current moment, but we do need to have a conversation, and we are having a conversation about how to tackle a problem that I think is broader and deeper than perhaps it was 4 or 5 years ago.
And that arrangement agreement with the National Commissioner, it's is summarized in that media statement of the 2nd of September.
That's correct.
Is there anything you want to highlight from that statement that you haven't mentioned, or that's recorded there? Yeah.
Thank you, Advocate. I do discuss. I think what I do discuss this issue that is so pertinent now before the Madlanga Commission, yourselves provoking so much interest about roles, the respective roles of a minister and the head of a department, an accounting officer, in this case, the national commissioner. And I suppose that was my effort to deal with the matter in a way that I think is the right way, which is to say that you respect each other's roles and responsibilities, and you find a way to work together, because the system can't work. The system of having political heads who have executive authority over departments that are headed by professional managers, HODs, accounting officers, and so forth, can't work if that relationship breaks down. And it's always potentially one that can break down. And when that relationship doesn't work, the impact on what government is trying to achieve and what the public expects is compromised.
So it would perhaps not be fair to ask you what your reaction was or would have been to the letter of the 31st of December 2024, but what do you now know in your interaction with the National Commissioner, and also what you've gathered from several meetings about the directive by Minister Mkhunu to disestablish the task team? Much has been made here of the word immediately. How would you have approached such a matter? There are three matters. There was the ports of entry. There's also the issue of a moratorium on the filling of posts in crime intelligence, which is also very, very worrying. And then the issue of the political killings task team.
Well, you know, I cannot put myself in the position of my predecessor, and I don't think it'd be appropriate for me to um, um, second guess the decisions that he made. Because even when one makes misjudgments, one makes decisions that perhaps are difficult to judge in retrospect, they might well have been made in good faith. Of course, because all of this is in the public domain now, everyone out there has an opinion about this matter. But I want to be responsible and appropriate in the way I, as the minister who's succeeded him, deals with this matter. But I would say that to take such an important decision required sound reasoning. The reasons for a decision like that, and there could well be a situation where there are good reasons to make a decision like that as the executive authority. In this case, now I know from the report that I received from the National Commissioner that this matter originated with a presidential decision. The president established a interministerial committee. And what informed that decision must have been that the president was of the view that this matter is of some urgency and that it required the combined response from several ministers and ministries, that the matter couldn't just be tackled by the police, which is certainly my view, for instance, say, with organized crime in general. Now, it is so that when one administration succeeds another, committees of the cabinet are reviewed and reorganized as portfolios are reorganized. So it is interesting, or it should be of interest, that this interministerial committee, which had been established in the 6th administration, I believe, had not met for about 2 years when my predecessor made the decision that he made. So it's not clear to me that that interministerial committee continued to exist. That maybe is a question of fact. But I think I would have taken the view, and it's easy to be wise with hindsight. I think with hindsight we can say that there ought to have been consultation with with colleagues in the cabinet whose judgment about the disbandment of such a team, such an initiative, would have been essential, I think, to arrive at the right decision. There ought also to have been proper consultation. Rather, let me put it this way, in a situation like this, so that I'm not in a position where I'm commenting on what was actually done in a specific factual situation. But let's say in a hypothetical situation with more or less the same facts. I think that what the situation does reveal is how important that mutual respect and consultation between the two heads of any institution are. You can think about the chair in the private sector, maybe the chairperson of the board and the CEO. If that relation breaks down, the functioning of that institution is compromised, and it's no different in the public sector. So, you know, in this respect, I did listen to the evidence of former Minister Cele. There's a lot that he said that I wouldn't associate with specific matters, but on this matter, I think he was correct to the extent that he was emphasizing the fact that this decision was a political decision. Now, surely, you know, task teams with specific mandates are time-bound. They're not immortal. No government program is immortal. It's subject to budgetary decisions, changes of priorities. So from my point of view, the main issue is not that the task team, that the minister took the view that the task team should be disbanded. It's that how it was, the process that was followed, how did he arrive at that decision? Who did he consult with? Were the reasons sound? There could have been reasons that would have justified that decision. And then how the decision was communicated is where I think the main questions are. So I can talk at some point if it's necessary about the constitutional and legal questions. I have reservations about framing the matter in those legalistic terms, but we can come to that. So in my mind, the main question is a question about decision making. It's about roles and responsibilities. and how a particular kind of decision was made. So in the circumstances, it could well be that the decision was the wrong one because of the way the decision was arrived at and the way it was communicated, which is why we sit here today.
So, do I understand you to say also that there isn't necessarily a bright line between executive authority and operational management, especially in a portfolio like what you have, because an operational decision may, for reasons that it impacts on executive authority, that the better way to deal with it is through a consultative process.
Yes, Advocate. I have prepared some detailed reflections on this relationship, which I could go into and or share them with the committee subsequent after this hearing. The one thing I would say is that I think that communications between the minister and the head of the department, whether in SAPS or any other department, as much as is possible, should be in writing. And perhaps in writing in the sense that that both parties should understand that those are, in a sense, public communications, like my letter to the commissioner, which is now before you, so that there is I think that way you discipline the conversation. It becomes more. It's not informal. It's a disciplined, professional conversation. It's in writing. So if you're making such a decision, you motivate the decision properly, and the response from the national commissioner or head of department should also be in writing. Where the head of the department believes that a minister has issued a directive or instruction which is unlawful, the head of the department or the national commissioner in this stage should insist that the instruction is in writing, that it's properly motivated, and if it's an unlawful instruction, I think the head of the department should respectfully decline to implement the instruction and insist that the minister issue the instruction in writing. But let me speak to this question, the legal and constitutional question, which, as I say, I think that sort of legalism is not always the resort to legalistic arguments doesn't help resolve what are complex questions. In all jurisdictions, everywhere in the world, and in all departments, this question of the relationship between the minister and the accounting officer is a fraught potentially fraught relationship. It's potentially a difficult relationship. And in my view, it is not susceptible to detailed specification, definition, and regulation, because it's a relationship. Now, some commentary I've heard purports to find a clear, bright line, definitional answer to this question in the Constitution. That view says that the Constitution is prescriptive and clear. The Constitution defines what is within the minister's domain and what is an operational matter.